So similar to our last time together, it's going to follow a similar structure. We're going to do a quick welcome, quick go round, calibrate, sort of get us all into the room. Similar to before, we're going to share the slide deck and have you guys work inside of it as well. So you'll have that sort of in addition to the recording. As always, use the chat box as a little barking lot for us to shout it out, like any questions that come up throughout. And we'll take a look at them periodically through the presentation, but then also, we'll take a look at it during lunch and see if we need to recalibrate or reschedule or play around with the schedule for the afternoon. And we're going to go to actually 3 o'clock our time, 4 o'clock your time.
Wrong, you got it backwards.
Oh, darn! I thought I had it. It's
Nope.
The other way around. Yes, a full menu today, and also reflection and feedback. Thanks for filling that out at the last session. Really helpful for us to think about how we're going to go about today. So towards that, you gave us some really great reflection on a lot of the stuff that we shared out with you last time, but we want to go around right now. I'm not going to say that we can remember everybody's name and position again, but if we want to just go around and folks say, hey, I'm Joe, and think about something from the last session that they think is going to be doable with your group of teachers, and something that you anticipate as being challenging for this project. So I guess we'll start. Dave and Abby on this end. And something that's doable, I really reflect that, the energy in this room feels really positive. I think people are also really realistic. Asking some really, even from working behind the scenes with Marissa and team, not leaving one stone unturned of what about this book? Should we order this now? Should we order it in June? I really, as someone who's also a planner, really appreciating that you're really thinking about every little corner to turn. So I feel like in terms of doability, the energy is certainly here. And something that's challenging, I think, for us on our end is that we're over here in Massachusetts, and I feel anticipate a certain loss of being like, oh, I just want to climb through the screen and see all these classrooms and see all you guys in 3D rather than 2D. So those are two things that I see as one thing that's doable and one thing that's challenging. What about you, Dave?
No, I think that you've nailed it. I think that you've nailed it. I mean, I don't really have a lot to add, but yes, I mean, certainly the distance piece of things is it's interesting to consider, because sort of being on the ground and being hands-on with some of this, gives it a whole different sort of perspective.
It's really a thing that we actually love the most.
Right.
Is being in person. I mean, again, we do a lot of the writing of the curriculum, doing the PD, but honestly, the thing that kind of keeps charging us up is when we go into classrooms and seeing this and seeing teachers in person, which is, we feel really lucky that we get to do that on our end. So feels a little bit of a challenge, but we're going to still figure out a way to get to Mississippi, I think. So we'll kick it off with you all.
Yeah, and you can either write in the chat box. You can just write the word line, LINE. If there's something that you'd like to say, you can indicate that in the chat by writing line, or you can put a hand up in the
they do popcorn
in the
that
screen.
Was the way they did it last
or we can just popcorn things out. Sure.
Or you pass the popcorn.
Yeah.
Remember how y'all did it.
But something that you feel is doable and something that you feel might be still a little bit challenging.
Take it away, Marissa.
So I'll go ahead and start. What I think is doable is everyone's participation. I left Friday and I was just so happy, and even over the weekend I still get texts from some of these beautiful people, and it just makes me so happy. So The difficult part is going to be the admin and training the teachers, especially that read aloud component. But we can do it.
Mhm.
We can do it. So, all right, we'll popcorn again to Adrian. I see.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I never know with these headphones if they're going to work or not. But I'm excited about this. I think it's going to be a great curriculum. It's very, like I said, similar to Al, and I'm excited about that. The difficult part, I think, is just going to be just, I guess, learning it and taking it all in. But I'm excited. I'm excited for our teachers. And I will popcorn Mary because she's in the room with me.
Good morning. I think this is wonderful. I think that one of the challenges will be getting some teachers to buy into being accepting to change, especially our veteran teachers that have been doing AL for many years. They might have a little pushback with us, but I think that if we show our excitement about it, and then we can spread it to them, and maybe that will be a little bit easier.
That's a great point, especially about folks who have been doing the OWL for a considerable amount of time. I'm noticing over here in the chat that Elizabeth is talking about a challenge, changing people's mindset, right? And then the doable piece, not that much different from what's already happening, right? So just helping people to realize, that this isn't, an entirely 180-degree kind of a shift here, but there are lots of similarities to the old OWL that people will be using in particular, right? So it's going to be less of a lift than they might initially think, and really pointing out those points of convergence between the two curricula to help people swallow that. Yeah.
That slide that we use when we train about it's a shift and a lift. It's like moving. Nobody really, like, you might be moving to like, oh, I'm gonna have so much more space, all the faucets are gonna work, it's all gonna be state of the art, but you still are like, really gotta move that couch out of my living room to the next living room, and you gotta live in boxes for a little bit. So it always, change, no matter how positive and how like, yes, we're going forward with this, is always uncomfortable, right? You got to like sort of feel out like, where am I going to put the pots this time? And, you got to get used to the, what's that sound in your new space? So it is a lot of, shifting, and we're definitely living in times where we've been asked to do so much of that constantly. So there is like a fatigue, I think, that people are probably, that's framing it. We also see here in the chat that people are saying that using the fidelity tool is going to be helpful. Great. Yeah, we're going to definitely do a lot of work with that so that you can use that. One thing that actually, a phrase that I use a lot of times to describe our coaching model is that, people like to learn, but they don't always like to be taught. So, one of the things that we'll be talking about is, again, that idea of buy-in. And, what is the role of the coach in supporting that mindset shift? Also, since a person that wasn't with us, I think, on Friday that we want to just sort of introduce to folks, Jason Sachs is our director of our department. Guess he's popping in to say hello to Mississippi. That's who that is in the chat box, in case anybody's like, hey, who's that? And Jason says that people don't like to change, but they do like to improve. Right, exactly. Doable, obtain the evidence-based child outcomes. Yes. Wish your staff could come see the Boston classroom.
Sure.
Well, we'd love to host y'all. And actually, one of the tools that we're going to give you as coaches is that even though you can't come to us, we do have sort of a short little 10-minute video that kind of gives you hopefully the next best thing of kind of like our focus classrooms. to give teachers kind of an idea, and your principals and leaders, as you said. You really, I think that, from years working with principals, they really do like to think, what will this look like tomorrow and in a month from now? So hopefully that video, which we'll share with you, will give them kind of a good snapshot of what their classrooms are looking towards. Any more challenges and doables? I like that term.
Duels, yeah. Positive.
Look, this is Oki from Gulf Coast. I just wanted to add, of course, Mary took my my answer about the challenges, but I don't think that we'll have too much of a problem with that because our staff is great at building relationships.
Yes.
And I think once we build those relationships and the trust, the buy-in won't be so hard. So that was my comment.
I love it. I love it. That's what I'm saying. The energy feels really positive. Change can be good. Yeah. Yeah. It's important for teachers to know that we're here to support them every step of the way. Yes, absolutely. It's like broccoli.
And one thing, Abby, I would like to add is just having the support from you all.
Yes.
It's all, makes us open-minded and excited about going into those classrooms. So thank you all.
Well,
Yes.
Thank you. I mean, that's one of the things I think hopefully we can provide is that we're kind of the ghost Christmas feature. Every mistake that you think, or every challenge that you're anticipating, we've probably made it 5 times over. So hopefully we can be like, no, see this bruise? You want to avoid this. And this is how, if we could wind back, this is how we would do it. But at the same time too, I think, like everything, the challenges and opportunities are going to be unique to yourselves and to Mississippi and all your classrooms. So, part of that is got to skin your knees a little bit sometimes and knock yourself down because, braving those adversities or challenges is kind of like what makes you feel like you've really accomplished something at the end. Go ahead.
So yeah, we spent a great deal of time last week on Wednesday, talking about some various tools that will help you, help your teachers get this off the ground successfully in terms of making this as doable as possible. One of those tools, probably sort of the most fundamental tools, is the website that we have. And when we left on Wednesday, we put the address of the website in the chat, asked you to spend some time looking over the website.
So who went through it diligently instead of watching like Netflix over the weekend? We're not going to really ask, but yeah, I'm sure it was. It's there for the taking, and Dave's gonna walk us through a quick little, just in case not everybody.
Right. I mean, fully understanding that people probably had a whole lot of other things pulling their attention away over the weekend, right? We're going to take a quick look at just some of the highlights of the website right now. We're not going to do an exhaustive kind of a thing at the moment, but I'm just going to call up the website on the screen here. Bear with me for just a moment. I'm going to try to do that. Let me just get out of here and then get back in here. Got far too many windows open in front of my face right now.
Look, there it is.
But there is the website, and hopefully you can see it now. Let me just put this in full screen mode right here, right? Okay, so we're just going to talk about some of the key pieces of the website to keep in mind. And I'm actually just going to start from the bottom and work my way up. And just I'm going to scroll right down here because what we've got at the bottom is we've got our units of study, our 6 units of study down here at the bottom, from family right there with unit 1 all the way down here to things that grow for unit 6. And as you can see, as we scroll down through here, all of the units of study are set up exactly the same way from units 1 through 6. We've got an overview of the unit right here, each of the weeks. Weeks 1 through 5. I'm just going to open this up very quickly so that we can take a look at what week 1 looks like. Click on week 1 and you've got all of the lessons that you need for the week right there in front of you. A weekly plan up here at the top, which looks like this. Shows you, if we're lucky, yeah, exactly. It shows you basically the layout of the entire week. Another way of taking a look at things at a glance right there. What I can't seem to do is get out of that. Let me go back. I can't escape. All right, let me just break this, and we'll do it the old-fashioned way. There it is. And then again, I'm not going to click through all of the lessons, but you can see them for the different components over the day for our centers, our read aloud, small groups, etc. We mentioned the home links last week when we were together very briefly. One thing that we didn't, I don't think, spend a great deal of time looking at, if at all, last week, was that each of the units of study, so again, we're in unit 6 right here, week 1, each of the units of study has what we call an exemplar gallery that you can click on, and I'll show you what the exemplar gallery looks like. And this is basically photographs of what the lessons for a given unit might possibly look like. And these are photographs from classrooms here in Boston, both in our district classrooms and in our UPK classrooms. So if a teacher is looking at a lesson plan and they're sort of wondering to themselves, sounds good, but I wonder what, I wonder what that actually means in reality. This exemplar gallery can help give them a little bit of a sense of what the lesson could potentially look like.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's really helpful about this is that you can see here, even garden center, there are 7 of them. So those are 7 different classrooms interpretations or executions of this one lesson. So again, the idea of supporting change, improvement, there's a whole range of it, right? So we may write it a certain way with a number of different suggestions. A number of our different classrooms do it in different ways. So while we say, hey, put this over here in the window, it kind of works well there. As in garden center number 4, hey, if you're not, some of our classrooms are in basements. They don't have windows to grow a garden. So they may find a different way. So that's one of the things to help teachers, this already articulates, is that while the lessons are over here, here's all the different ways that you can, that it might look like.
Right, which goes back to one of the watchwords, the key words from our time together on Wednesday, that idea of, generally speaking with this curriculum, flexibility being a huge piece of things. And I'm just going to go back to our pre-K homepage right here real quick.
Can we actually look at the color resources for some of the center activities?
The color resources for the center activities? Yes, we can definitely do that. Let me just go back.
So one of the things that we did in the revisions of the OWL, because again, remember we talked about how focus as it is today is a revision of the original OWL. So one of the things that we were able to put into this revision were these resources. Again, the idea that we want to make this as relevant to our classrooms and to our kids and our communities as possible. So for example, let's see. Make Way for Ducklings is one of the read alouds in the final unit. And it's a very Boston story. It takes place in Boston Public Garden. So if you look at some of or actually the bridges would be.
Yeah, let me call that up week 4.
So in one of there's a whole stream of lessons that have to do with bridges, because bridges appear in Make Way for Ducklings for kids to talk about. Now for us, the kids are going to look at different types of bridges. So we put in representatives of different kinds of bridges. Some are in California. A lot of the resources that we also have are bridges that are around Boston, like our Bunker Hill Bridge.
Yes.
One of the Longfellow Bridge, and actually my favorite bridge in Boston, the Tobin. This is a bit, but the Tobin Bridge. My son is named after the Tobin Bridge. But when you're culling through all of these resources, some of these, again, this is all for you to decide which are going to be the most relevant to your classrooms. So if I guess I usually suggest to classrooms that are first implementing this, not to necessarily print out all of these at once. I guess I would curate them as to what it is that you might need. So I'm not that familiar with Mississippi bridges, but I'm sure there might be some there that might be a little bit more recognizable or relevant to your classrooms. There's a whole thing in one of the units around sailboats and boats. So again, I'm being very transparent of my ignorance of Mississippi geography, but if you had, we have sailboats that are in Boston that they can see in Boston Harbor, but if there are ones there that are more, again, recognizable and relevant to your kids, I would go take pictures of those and print those out for your teachers.
Let's
the
do
sped
this.
resources.
Yeah, let's go over here back to the homepage for pre-K, and we're going to take a look at a couple of things that you find at the top of our page right now. And one of the most important things that you can find are some resources for adapting the curriculum for the range of learners in the classrooms that you will find. And so right here in our toolbox, if you click on focus resources right here, and this is relatively new stuff that's just been put together by some colleagues of ours over the past, year and a half to 2 years. First thing you're going to see is when you click on that resources button, you're going to see this Google form. Some of the materials in here are under copyright in various ways. And so all of the materials can be used on a classroom by classroom basis. And you simply have to put in your information here, and then you will have access to the materials. You just have to click on a couple of pieces of boilerplate language. Don't worry, we're not going to be stealing anything,
We're getting like mailing lists.
Right, we're not going to be signing you up for anything, but we'll click on the link and show you what some of the resources are that we're talking about. And I'll focus on, you can see folders here in the Google Drive for all of our 4 curricula, pre-K, our K2, which is kindergarten, 2nd grade, and 1st grade. We're going to focus on the pre-K side of things right here. We'll click into the pre-K folder, and there are a lot of different sorts of resources here. One that I'm just going to focus on real quickly is some of the adapted resources for the read aloud texts, because we spent a lot of time last week taking a look at our read alouds, and I'll just show you what some of those adapted read aloud resources look like. And so we go in here to Unit 1 folder, click on read aloud books and supports, and that will hopefully take us to, for example, Unga Bunga right here. And let's see what some of the options are in terms of an adapted version of Unga Bunga for children who might be on the autism spectrum or in other situations. It can look like this right here. We just scroll through. What you've got is you've now got integrated into the book. You've got minimized text from the original, and you've got board maker icons instead to assist the children both receptively and expressively as they're interacting with this text. And
I think one thing to point out, or to just that's important about this, is so when we talk about adjusting the curriculum for the variety of learners, it isn't as I think, well, this book, and I'm sure you might hear this with teachers, oh, this book is too hard or too long for my classroom. And so again, thinking about mind shift, we want to shift teachers away from the can't do or no, not able to able to, right? So instead of necessarily replacing book with something less than, it's the same book, but now we've made, so I always think of it as like, when we think about adjusting the curriculum, we never change where the roof is, where the ceiling is, right? But we just change if children need a step ladder or they need a fire truck to reach it. And so we would, again, so thinking about scaffolding, we want to steer teachers away from necessarily being like the too hard or the too much for kids, and really think about actually, what can we do so that they still get the top of that ceiling, right? So this is one of the, and I think you'll see this again through the resources, is it's not, I'd say, only a simplification. I actually don't really like that word.
No, it's not a question.
Adjustable.
Yes, it's not a question
Yeah.
of simplifying things.
An access
It's
point.
simply a question of cracking open some additional access the points
Yeah.
for children, right?
So that's there. There are things like a communication board.
Yes.
Go back. So again, remember Marissa, you've referenced it, like how do we support teachers in, even shifting to the way the multiple reads are. So remember how we said The second read is the reconstruction. So the kids are really going to be the ones reconstructing the read and not teacher reading the book again all the way through. Well, again, it's like, okay, but if so much of that is put upon kids, they have to reconstruct the story. Okay, for a kid who's very verbal, speaks English, all these different things, they're going to be in a different place than a child who might have some language delays, English as a second language. So there are things like this, or communication boards that, again, help adjust, open up access points for multiple learners. So you can see if a child is using something like this, they can participate in the same sort of, or a similar way as their more verbal English speaking friends.
Right. And there's clearly, as you can see, a lot more to dig in here in this resources folder, and we're not going to go much further into it at this point. It's there for you to explore as you have the time and as you have the opportunity. Just wanted to point out a couple additional things though on our website homepage, though, just to call your attention to them in case you didn't notice them over the past few days, over the weekend, as soon as it loads back up here. So again, right here in our toolbox, up the first part of the page here, in addition to those resources, one other thing that we would certainly want to point you to is this setup for success section right here. And if I click on this right here, setup for success is all about basically laying the groundwork for a successful school year. And one of the features of Focus on Pre-K is that it's designed to allow for the first 3 weeks of school to really be about, again, laying that groundwork before the first unit of the curriculum actually kicks in and starts. And so there are a couple of tools around setup for success. First, we've got some wonderful videos here of Abby and our colleague Anthony showing how to put together some various materials for the first 3 weeks of school that will support teachers and children in getting the classroom arranged and running and off the ground. Another piece that we're going to dig into in more depth later this afternoon is the actual setup for success guide, which is a 25 or 30-ish page document right here that goes through in great detail some important things to keep in mind during, again, those first 3 weeks, from setting up the classroom environment to.
Yeah, and this is definitely an area which, again, I'm sure many of you are thinking, okay, you know, definitely conversations we've already had with folks about, yeah, how do we get day one? How do teachers start doing this? So this is going to be a real big chunk of your coaching support and definitely your PD. We know that when we do intro to PD, they want to spend the whole afternoon of the last day planning out those first 3 weeks. So while this is definitely going to be helpful, we would spend and we will spend a good part of the afternoon today together working through some of this. Okay. So, and the last thing we want to point out some pieces on the website. So you all talked about in your feedback about, or a challenge that you might anticipate is working with principals and leaders. So over here on the professional development sort of lane, there's a couple of things. There are these research articles that kind of back up a lot of the pieces that we've talked about so far. So for example, okay, my whole thing about the calendar. There's a couple of articles here as to, again, not that they're necessarily wrong, but why, you know, calendar time done as they typically are could be bolstered or reframed so that it is actually tied to good kid outcomes. So and again, all of these sort of pieces are really helpful to, I think you can already imagine how you can use a lot of these when you're training your teachers. We often have them read through it, teach each other. So there's a whole array of research articles that are pretty, that a lot of times are pretty provocative in helping people think about making some of those shifts. One that we're definitely going to talk about when we talk about set up for success and the environment is actually, can you pop back over to those?
The walls.
No, the one that I found really helpful is this one: do classroom decorations disrupt kindergarten learning?
Yes.
Which, spoiler alert, they do. So
You just gave it away. Now I don't
Oops,
need to.
there
Now
you
I don't
go.
need to read the
but it's
article.
really a real current article, and also something to really provoke some of that thinking. Okay, so ready to move. Any questions? Like I said, there's quite a bit of stuff to get through, and again, we could probably have a nice little watch party or something where we could all binge watch all of this. Oh, there is that focus on pre-K video introduction. Is that the one that I was talking about? Is the
No, it's not
it's
the one.
another
It's
one?
not the one
Okay.
you were talking. Not the new one. Yeah.
All right, never mind. We'll give you that one. Focus in action.
It's not.
Focus, focus? Okay.
No, it's not.
You got a special.
It's not on the website yet. The one that
Okay.
you're talking about.
Okay, great. Okay, so any questions so far of this? This is already like a huge, big old thing to be taken apart. Use the same article. Oh, good, Kathy. Yes, the calendar. I love having the resources. Yes, exactly. Because I feel like I rail about it a million times, but it's like, here it is. Somebody researched it and validated it. Yes. Okay. See any other?
Mm-mm.
All right.
No, looks
Groovy,
good. So
groovy.
we'll keep on moving then.
All right. So one of the big things that. So one of the resonating messages or pieces that were in the reflection and feedback forms that we got from you all, and again, we heard it this morning, the idea of buy-in, right? This is, everybody's with it, shift, lift, everyone's down with that, but then just the idea of like, how do we get teachers to buy into this? Teachers, administrators, et cetera. So similar to when we answered the question in our last session about why a curriculum for preschool, we're going to answer, or at least start to discuss, why do we need coaching for a curriculum for preschool? All of us in this room do coaching to some capacity. So I guess we sort of take for granted that we all have the same, I guess, similar expectations or experiences of coaching. But usually you put a bunch of coaches in a room and you'll probably get, just like in the classroom, a whole range of like what people understand about it. And it's also really great. A lot of times people have a whole range of different approaches. So we wanted to give you all, again, you're all all in Mississippi, but I'm sure there's we heard from the first session, you're all over the place. Geographically, et cetera, to start talking to each other about what is the playbook here for your coaching model. And we can certainly share, again, some of our Ghost of Christmas Future experiences from our end. So we're going to go into breakout rooms, very random, so that you can be talking to somebody or you don't know, or from across the state or right next door to you, and think about some of these questions. So one, what is the difference in your mind, between a mentor, a coach, a supervisor, evaluator? So some of these words, these are all like words to consider when you're thinking about this. The difference between or transformation and transparency. Who, what, why, how about coaching? So give people
10 minutes.
10 minutes to discuss. That was sort of like a free form haiku of coaching ideas, but really start to break down what is the Mississippi model of coaching for this curriculum. So let's join some break. And I'm sure this is going to be a lot of great information for those of you who are sort of managing this project.
It'll
So
be
good.
it'll be great information on that end, but it will also
On
be
us,
great.
too.
It'll be great information
I
for
feel like,
Abby. It'll be
yes.
great information for Abby and myself when we come back in a few minutes and share out, because what we hear from you regarding this will inform, sort of our
How we can
ongoing
support you. Yes, absolutely.
support for this moving forward. So this is helpful in a number of ways, not least of which though to ourselves again here. So we're gonna break you out right now into what did we do? What did we do last time? I think I'm gonna do 5 rooms just to make sure they're hardy enough. And
Sounds good.
we will see you in about 10 minutes. We may pop in here and there to sort of eavesdrop. So don't be surprised if we just poke our heads in. But we'll see you in about 10 minutes. And if you have any questions as you're going, you can just throw them into the chat and we'll help out. Thanks, everybody. There we are. Welcome back.
I still feel like breakout rooms are kind of magical. Everyone just pops back in. It's still like
Wonders of technology. It's great stuff.
amazing.
So
Like I always feel like when kids were first doing remote learning, I always felt like you'd send them off in the breakout rooms and they'd never come back. They would be like, where did they go?
well, I'm sure that some of the time that was the case. They
They were
just
probably
they
like,
disappeared.
Oh, put me in a breakout room. That
Right.
means I just disappeared.
But our friends down in Mississippi are much more responsive. They're all back with us here,
Yeah.
which is great to see.
Well, we didn't get a chance to actually come into rooms and eavesdrop or listen in, but I'm really excited to hear some of the conversations here. So what did y'all discuss about coaching?
What
is
what
coaching?
bubbled up for you in your conversations?
Okay, I think we were breakout room 2. I can't remember. But we talked about the most important thing, of course, is just building those relationships.
Mhm.
And I think once we build those relationships, all other things will take place that we talked about. Knowing their talents, being culturally competent and diverse, knowing your biases, stereotypes, traditions, and culture. Communication is key. And I'm going to end you with our Candace Taylor most famous cliche. We want the teachers to see us as paramedics and not police.
Oh,
Oh,
wow! Look at that.
that's interesting.
I
We
like
had a
it.
good group, a good
I like-
conversation.
I
Yeah,
like
listen,
that.
as someone who used to be referred to as the owl police, I appreciate that metaphor, because I was like, I'm not the police, I don't know. And it was completely like, wait, that's what you all think I'm here for?
Yes. It can be very unsettling to start working with a teacher who views you from that perspective. It can make things
Mhm.
difficult. It can make things very, very challenging, certainly.
Mhm.
So thank you for that. That's helpful. That's a nice
We're
little
healers.
way of putting it. So building relationships, yes. Knowing teachers' talents. And I mean, how would you go about determining, talking about knowing teachers' talents, what their strengths are and that piece of things. I mean, in certain instances that can certainly be easier
Mhm.
than
And
in
you have a
other
good relationship,
instances,
for
right?
sure.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So thinking about ways of sort of unpacking some of that with folks. What did some other people manage to surface in their groups?
They're paramedic groups.
We heard from group 2. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is group 1, and I guess they were waiting on me to say something, Marissa, but I'm going to
Go for it.
try to we talked about mentor and versus coach, and we said that when we think about a mentor, we basically think about someone who is experienced, someone who has built that trusting relationship, someone that's dependable, that's there when needed. Whereas we talked about a coach is someone that's pretty much there in the moments, and someone that's being able to be to teach, guide, direct, and things like that. So that's the difference between the coach and the mentor. As far as transformation and transformation and what transparency?
Yes.
Transparency. We said transformation was basically being able to just redo
Mhm.
Is that what we said you are? What did we say? Yeah, being able to have another chance, get another chance, redo things like that.
Mhm.
Transparency, we talked about, what did we say? I can't remember, Robin, Marissa, what did we say?
We
Clear,
said
being
being very
clear,
clear.
being able to see it happening. you
Oh,
know,
yes, that's what we said.
yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, I knew I was gonna get them in on it.
Well, they're all very much interconnected kinds of words, right? So even when you're saying coach and mentor and saying that the difference, I could see the descriptions of those being very interchangeable for sure. Even paramedics and police. I mean, I can definitely see tasks and things that and experiences sort of interchangeable as well. And again, I don't feel like it's, even when we were discussing off in our own little group here, that there is actually one, right answers for any of these terms. It's really up to, you all to determine, what it is amongst yourselves, because then eventually you have to communicate out a calibrated message to your teachers and principals who are going to be doing this. Now, I'm going to once again, like expose a little bit of my ignorance, but I know that all of you all in Mississippi are probably big sports fans. I can imagine, because, we were talking about, isn't it interesting that we're all called coaches, and sort of thinking about, like what an athletic coach, let's say coaching a sport. And if we really think about our teachers and our schools as athletes, that we are really trying to train up to like win that Olympic medal, maybe, a way to think about it is really thinking about, so all of us, I'm sure everybody here, either you have a sport or a skill or a hobby or a passion that you're like, I am, other than being this coach in this room, I am a knitter or a runner or, anything else like that. So if we think about a person that taught us this, either a coach or a mentor, what are the qualities of that person who brought us to this passion or brought us this skill, and kind of thinking about that. So let's like unpack that a little bit. Does anybody have, I'm sure there's also people here who are really great cooks and chefs. Who taught you that? And who brought you along in that? What are the qualities of the person who brought you to your chefness?
I would say hands-on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Very detailed.
Mm-hmm. So what skill are you thinking, Kelly, of yours?
I'm thinking as learning how to cook.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Because, my grandmother would say, oh, well, just a smidgen of this or a smidgen of that. And I would try to do that on my own, and it was a complete failure.
Her smidgen and your smidgen might not be
They're not the same.
Right. Yes.
So actually being in the kitchen with her, watching her, and she would pick up or she would sprinkle a smidgen in her hand. I'd say, okay, stop. I need you to, we've got to measure that so I will know how much. And she didn't have to measure anymore, but as someone that was learning how to cook, I had to measure everything.
Do you still measure now, or are you a smidgen person now?
I'm a smidgen.
See,
there it is. Yes.
Eventually, you also evolved from like the, and I think that's is anybody here like a dancer, someone who does like salsa or line dance or anything like that, learn how to square dance or something like that here? No one has to actually say, but because I think that it's similar, this whole the coaching and teacher relationship is that, teachers are so very concrete, right? They want to know step 1, 2, 3, 4, that box step, right? They want to go and when you watch them, sometimes it looks almost, and they would probably say it feels really stiff or unnatural, like 1, 2, 3, 4, but and they need that. sometimes at the beginning, because then what they can, once they get those, oh, it's only 4 steps, it's only in this box, then they can start to listen to the rhythm of the music, you know, the emotion. They can listen and feel all the other things that makes a good dancer look so seamless, right? And so flow. I mean, flow, that idea of, again, if you read, if you're kind of a coaching geek like me, that's a term that you'll see in a lot of coaching literature, is this idea of flow. So it's like, when you look at a teacher, not look at, you know, execute a lesson without, and she's not looking at the instruction manual, she is like responding to kids, and it just feels like, oh my God, that is so amazing, right? But in reality, if you really broke it down, she is doing specific moves, and that the 1, 2, 3, 4 box step is still there, but because she's also integrating all the other rhythm and you know, beat, that doesn't go away, but it just sort of feels like it's in a she's taking in all the other context as well. So I was trying to talk to Dave during the break about, so what is that person like on a team that you want to develop? Not just someone who is like the pitcher, but I said like a shortstop. But is there, football fans, help me out here? What is the person on a team that can do everything? Or baseball team, I'm not sure. Point guard?
Point guard.
I don't know.
The point guard is the leader, but I mean, he carries the ball, but I don't know.
I wish I knew, but my sports knowledge is sadly very, very
But
poor.
you know, it's someone who can run and jump and pitch and do all these, right? Because this is when we think about like building this team, our, you know, Ole Miss team here of teachers. You know, you want someone who can be an all utility, you know, player, right? All out
Right.
athlete. Yes, Carl.
And the point guard does so many things, because I was a point guard when I played basketball.
There you go.
So I was there.
Okay.
So I gave assists. I supported. Sometimes the team captain. You know. So yeah.
You're the cheerleader from the side.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, when we think about, you know, building up our teacher force, I mean, I always think of them as like, they are athletes, you know what I mean? You know, being in a classroom for 10 minutes, they're running, jumping, pitching, all that in just this space of like 10 minutes. So when we think about supporting our teachers, we got to really think of them as like athletes. What they need is both support from us. They need rest. They need good nourishment as well. So yeah, hopefully this is a good start of a conversation amongst yourselves to constantly be looking at. Oh, Michael can score, but he'll pass the ball. Probably tallest and all right. See, that's the same thing amongst you all. Who's the tallest and the closest to the basket here? So yeah, continuing to have this conversation amongst yourselves about what is your coaching model. One thing before we move on to the next piece of it, when we talked about transparency, I mean, I really appreciate that folks are talking about starting from relationships. But I think that this is also, well, one term that we didn't bring up that I think is important here is accountability, right? Whether you're talking about an athlete, we're talking about teachers, there is a goal that we are working towards, right? Implementation of this curriculum in Boston, we know the goal that we're working towards is 70% of fidelity to the curriculum. You all might have a class, you might say you want a 10% or 15% bump in class. You might want to connect, we definitely connected to child outcomes as well. So really being clear as to what is the goalpost. Oh, look, there's a metaphor that we're trying to get to, right? We got to move that ball down the field.
There you go.
And there you go. And so what is the play? What is in the playbook for us to move that down the field? And again, depending on teachers, you got some brand new teachers out of grad school, you've got some veterans. You might need to pass, you might need to run the ball, you might need to punt. So these are all kinds of things to be considering. And, again, I think that, thinking about athletes and coaches is probably a really helpful way to think about it for teachers as well.
Going back to that fidelity tool that we spent a fair amount of time with last week, right? We talked a little bit about that last week, just using that fidelity tool and being open about that from the outset with the teachers as to, this is our guidebook, this is our playbook that we're going to be using here. And as Abby was saying, being transparent about that from the get-go with people. There's no reason and there's no help in sort of trying to keep it hidden or trying to
make you guess what it
right?
is we're trying to do here, friends.
Yes, exactly. Just be as straightforward as possible with folks.
And everything everyone has said sounds a lot like what we talked about yesterday or the other day about curriculum, right? So anything here, guiding principles, instructional practices, you could replace children with teachers, right? All teachers are capable of this, of achieving a high level of quality. The constructed knowledge, when we talked about smidgens, hands-on, I need to see and feel and get in there and get the flour on my face. And that's how I will learn it. Even falling down on your skin, skinning your knee a couple of times, you're like, okay, maybe I got to jump a little higher on that.
Or this idea of differentiated instruction. Not all of your teachers are going to respond in the same ways to the same prompting, to the same techniques, to the same methods, right? So you have to be ready to adjust depending on who's in front of you, right?
And those instructional practices, again, on the inside, that second layer, that second circle, or that inner circle there, those to me are the accountability pieces, the actionables. Because when I want to communicate to a teacher, this is what we need to do, this is what is the goalposts, those instructional practices is what I usually say to teachers. Yeah, I need you to be here on unit 2 at this certain point. But this is what I want to see every single time, high and tight in the classroom. I see Marissa's hand up.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things that I know that we're trying to send out with that transparency message is that fidelity document, everything I think where our team is really good about being transparent, but there's a balance between it not being a checklist. So a lot of times what we see going into a classroom is, oh, well, you told me I needed to do this, so I did this. But it's still changing that mindset to where it's not, I'm not doing it because it's a checklist, that's what you're looking for.
Yes. And I will say, Marissa, from our end, that is, or something that's evolved from me, is coming to terms or accepting that it is sort of an evolutionary process for folks. And so I appreciate everything you're saying about like getting teachers to shift off of it being a checklist. At the same time, because these instructional, I need to see that this is happening in the classroom, and you can totally see that that's happening. You can see, show me your work kind of thing. Like, let me see how you differentiate this. I'm going to throw this out here, and maybe this is a controversial kind of idea. So I used to come at it from, I need you to make the mindset shift first, and then I need to see this happening, right? I need to see that you completely like bought into this. To where I'm a little on the other side now, I need to actually see that you're doing this stuff. And if inside you don't really own this 100% right away, what I do feel like in experience is that if I see that, I don't care if you're spitting those words of like what you notice, kind of thing. By them doing it, the actionable, it changes what the kids respond back to. And that sort of like behavioral therapy, I guess. It's like, so when you get a different response, that changes your mindset. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, you don't have to get to this point first. If you do it, then you get the benefits of it. And then sometimes that is what changes your mindset. So that's something that, I don't know, Dave, do you?
It certainly depends. I mean, again, it depends on the teacher that you're working with. But in some circumstances, that can be. I was just with some folks just last week who were in a situation very similar to what Abby is describing. You know, where really my message to them was, you know, we need to just sort of we need to step off of the cliff just a little bit here, right? And give this a shot, give this a try, see what happens. You know, and then you will probably notice, you know, some.
It'll feel different, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You'll notice some positive things. But again, it goes back to that trust piece of things that you have mentioned, right? Because in order to get people to take that first step, they have to trust you, right? And you know, if that trust isn't there, it's all going to be much more difficult, you know. So
do you all do a lot of modeling in your coach capacity? Because sometimes that, I think, is a really helpful tool for teachers to be like, I actually have a number of teachers like, well, let me see you, like, I need to literally see you do it before they'll try it. And do you find that is helpful?
I remember having this conversation with a teacher because sometimes I think that what we say and that we're visual learners, sometimes they don't picture it in their head. So I remember making these connections, like, you know, when you're trying to make something and you're not sure how to do it, what do you do? And she said, Google. I Google it. I said, you're right. I Google stuff all the time. And I need to see how to step by step do something. And then not only that, but I can pause it and rewind it. Or I can go and find a different video that makes sense to me. And so when I gave that connection to the teacher, as when I say we want you to model it, that's what I mean. I want you to be the YouTube person saying, I'm going to open this, or I'm going to take this pencil and I'm going to put it in the pencil sharpener and listen to it. And so that was a big aha moment, but that teacher was ready for it. And she was asking questions. And then she was I don't know, I came back a couple weeks later and she was like, that worked. I said, I know.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really great you know, aha moment, because I think one of the great things about being a coach is that you really do, I mean, human behavior is always so interesting to kind of take apart. And I coaching for I don't know how many years, I still am like, oh, so when I say that, you know, it doesn't make sense. So this is what I mean, you know, being more clear, or just being like, when I say that, what do you hear me say? It's in my mind sometimes saying that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I think that's where it's so important too, that we remember that relationship we build with those teachers in the very beginning. We need to know what type of learner they are, and we need to talk to them about that. And, you know, because each teacher, because I don't model with every one of my teachers, because that's just not how they learn. I mean, teachers who need it, and that's what I do. But, you know, I think that's where we have to be flexible as coaches and really know our audience per se, you know. So that's just my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the same, you know, even as much as we're saying here that this is similar to, like, if we could replace children with teachers, you know, these are adult learners, right? And there's a whole bunch of literature and, you know, research done on like how we learn as adults. And a lot of it is based on, you know, how we learned as children. So, you know, Marissa, when you were saying like, there's teachers who are like, just give me the checklist and I'll do it. That might've been a teacher who was like, okay, they wrote, and that is sort of what they associate with learning how to do something. Or you might have some people be like, I just want to muck up around in it and just, you know, free form in there. Like, okay, well, you went to Swedish school or something like that. But yeah, so that is, it's a science and an art, coaching for sure. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of a shift here. Go ahead. Oh, we're going to make the wheel turn.
You got too many animations on your slide here. I can't get out of this thing.
So we're going to do a little bit of a shift back into the curriculum. So I'm going to keep saying yesterday because in my mind it's still yesterday. So the last time we met, we focused a lot on the green wheels, the literacy piece of it, and 21st century skills. Right now, we're going to talk a little bit about math and actually STEM, which is sort of the newer term of it, and still talk back to literacy, because again, one of the big practices is integration, and all three of those wheels are all put together along with this wheel of guiding principles and instructional practices. So we're pretty sure that your content standards, your preschool math content standards, are pretty similar to ours, right? Numeracy in Massachusetts, it's numeracy, geometry, and data and measurement. For preschoolers, one of the things that we actually also take apart even more so are the practice standards, right? We unpack this. These are our Massachusetts math practice standards. And again, one of the things that we do in training with teachers is we read that out or they read that out, and then it's like, hey, what does that sound like? Or where does that integrate with the curriculum? And almost every practice standard here lines up with a guiding principle or an instructional practice. So again, going back to what somebody said in the very beginning about how this isn't going to be super like your OWL veterans, like getting them to see like, oh, wait a minute, this isn't an add-on. This is actually stuff that already integrates with what they are already doing, and probably what they're already doing well and what they're familiar with. So those of you standards folks in the room, is this similar to what your math practice standards are in Mississippi?
Yes.
Okay.
They do.
Cool. Great. So again, this is always a really helpful thing or comparison for teachers to look at. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to move us actually to the next slide and talk a little bit about here in Boston, what we utilize to get at both the practice and the content standards for mathematics is this curriculum that you can see, building blocks, which is a developmentally appropriately designed, scope and sequence, research-based curriculum by Doug Clements and Julie Sarama. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so when we had the OWL, originally when we had the OWL in Boston, we didn't think that the math was as hardy as we wanted it to be. So that's when we brought in building blocks. And so what you saw then and also now is an integration of both OWL and building blocks. So, but it is its own distinct curriculum. So it would be something that you would have to get on top or in addition to
Right.
Focus. This isn't to say that there isn't math. Again, math standards, math content addressed in it, but building blocks is also it's separate sort of piece of it. So it has its own kit, it has its own teacher's manual, but when you open up that weekly plan that we showed you at the beginning of the website block, it is, so building blocks is a whole group math instruction time, small group math instruction time, and actually they also have a separate math center time altogether. Doesn't work out, we don't have that much time to do that, all three of those. So where we've integrated it into Focus is we do have math small groups in addition to our literacy small groups. And most teachers, instead of having a separate math center times where it's just math, we have added a math center to our center time as part of the overall center time. And the whole group math too, it's usually only like 5 minutes. So you would find a part of the day to do that as well. So the only thing missing from the weekly schedule that you'll see in the curriculum is a description, actually go back real quick, of what these small groups are. So for example, the math small groups, what are they in this week?
They're right here about
Oh, just enough and the compare game.
right.
So it's listed there, but we can't in terms because of copyright, like write out what those are. So you would look, teachers would look in the teacher's manual to get a description as to what those are. But similar to the way focus is, these activities in these small groups sort of, they spiral. So once they understand what the compare game is in the first couple of weeks, it'll repeat, or they'll see it again in the 5th and 6th week.
In a slightly different version.
Yes, it'll be more complicated, but it's sort of that piece of it that they would find in the separate building blocks teacher's manual. And also, obviously, a lot more information. I actually do like the frame of the way their teacher's manual is, where it talks about where kids are in learning this particular math concept, which is the Teach for Understanding.
The good news is, Addie, we're talking with our textbook person here at MDE, and we are going to set up a meeting, and we will be implementing this curriculum along with yes, and then the bonus on top of that is there's a couple of our coaches that have done making sure we don't forget about the math small groups. So we've already been putting that little taste out there.
Yeah, no, and I tell you, our math department person would probably be like totally supporting that idea, because it is, again, going back to explicit and intentional instruction. We do think and believe that there's math all over the place in this curriculum, but there definitely is the place to say, we are going to take apart 5.
Yes.
We are going to look at what makes a triangle a triangle.
Children need both. They need both opportunities.
And the small group piece of it too, which we'll talk about in just in a bit, in terms of differentiation and teaching and reteaching, remediating, and thinking about access points to the variable learners. Small groups is definitely the way to go. So next slide is going to just give you a quick, so here's the kinds of things that kids do in math small groups. Again, this will look a lot like things that they might be doing in the math centers. But again, because the teacher is there with 3, maybe 4 kids, not only do you get to do this sort of targeted instruction, but again, something that's going to be really important is doing that on the ground assessment as to where kids are, which you can do much better and much more heartily when you're working with 3 or 4 kids versus like them coming in and out of centers. So these are materials that you would find in the building blocks. In terms of buying the materials, a lot of these materials you probably already have in your classrooms. So that's the other sort of piece that I'd say about what you get with building blocks. Yep.
So we're here. Okay.
Oh,
yes.
We're going to the man himself.
Yeah, what we're gonna take a look at right now actually is a video of Doug Clements talking about the subject that you can see on the screen here, and the importance of using precise mathematical language with young children.
Buckle your seat.
Right, particularly.
He's
yeah,
passionate about math.
He is very, yes. You'll see in a moment how passionate he can be about this. It's an interesting video, but particularly in light of what Abby was just mentioning about certainly in that explicit instruction around mathematics, the precise language will be there, but when you are bringing out the mathematical opportunities, say during center activities or in other parts of the day, it's particularly important to be thinking about using as precise language as possible so that children are getting the real mathematical understanding that we want to make sure that they have. And so we'll take a quick look at this video here, and just as we did with some of our videos last week, we can utilize the same protocol that we've done before, just around what do you see, what do you notice, and sort
You
of,
think about Doug here.
yeah, what do you think about this, and what questions, if any, does it raise
For coaching.
for you in terms of the coaching piece of things? So let's just see if I can open this up.
Geometry and measurement. From preschool to high school, traditional instruction in the United States is a wasteland here. The University of Wisconsin researchers found that first graders are more likely to count the side and angles of polygons to differentiate one from the other than third graders were. We actually teach it out of them, okay? And it appears on all these kind of tests. So what do kids know, and why do they suffer like that? Well, they know a lot. We gave this test to kids. You might think, why did you give such a test with like paper and pencil tests with numerals all over it to really young kids? And the reason is Mike Batista and I had given the same instrument to 1,500 kids from 6 to 12 years of age. We wanted to see how kids 4, 5, and 6 would compare, okay? And they did pretty well. They did 92, 96, and 99% for 4s, 5s, and 6s on that. They did 82, 86, and 91% on squares, even with some real distractors in this, right? Triangles are a little lower, about 60%, and rectangles a little lower again, but still about 50% correct on rectangles. So what did we do? We found that kids knew quite a bit when they entered school just about simple shapes like this. This is Mike Batista in my research out here. Can you imagine if you were a principal of a school and you had to show this graph to parents and said, look at what we taught your kids this year? That's like the flattest graph you could find. And this is just low level naming of shapes. It's a little better for triangles, but not much better. How come? Because this is what kids see in school. My son brought this home. Okay. Hey, one good thing about it, the triangle doesn't have a horizontal base up at the top. Okay, so that's different, right? But you know how the publisher puts a dotted line around it so that not only can you read the instructions down here, but they provide you a model. Look at what they chose as their best example of a triangle. It's got a hook, right? Mathematics, number and shape are important constituents of mathematics. But at its fundamental base, mathematics is about precision of reasoning and thinking. Precision of reasoning and thinking. This is slop, okay? Let's take a look at some others. Sailboat, he got credit for the sailboat, and he might have been looking at those two triangular sails, but he circled a pentagon, right? And he got full credit. And what's the sandwich doing here? All right? Nah, we don't need that kind of stuff. But my favorite is this one, okay? My favorite's this one because I remember it well. It's burned into my memory. I was presenting, and if you think, okay, he's not a very good presenter now, but I was worse before, okay? This was my first time out, and I was presenting my dissertation, and I turned my back to the audience, and I had like 500 numbers on the screen saying, Lincoln, you can see from my research, you know, and stuff like that. And next door was a guy who was also talking about early childhood math, but he was doing math and music. And there was a partition, you know, folding partition between the two rooms that wouldn't close. I know, because I gripped that thing and tried to close it. It would not close because his speakers were right on the other side of the opening. So the music's wafting in and everybody's laughing and singing next door. And I'm there, and now you can see from my research. And every time I turned around, 5 more people were gone from the back. They went next door with the other guy. So you know when a presentation's gone wrong, you start sweating and everything, you know, you're all nervous and everything. And then at the end, Jackie turns over to the person next to her and says, Mike, we have to sit in the front. We can't even leave now. You know, it was miserable, miserable. Finally, it's over. I go next door and say, be big about it. Go next door and find out what they're doing. So you should do more of that stuff. You know, you're just not motivating. Nobody wanted to hear what you had to say. So I went next door and I got the song sheets. Now, I don't know the tune to these because I was trying to present. I was sweating at the time. And but take a look. Take a look at the kind of math and music they were doing. Let's look at the last verse here. What's a triangle with sides of 3? A piece of pie for you and me. No, it isn't. Oh, maybe they get better. Wait a minute. What's a triangle with sides of 3? A piece of pie for you and me. A musical triangle.
Speakers. if it's real text or audio.
What's wrong with a musical triangle? It's a mathematical model of a triangle. It doesn't even meet, right? And what else? It's not, it's actually doesn't have a corner, a vertex, right? The vertex is two straight lines that come to 8 points, but they're all curved. I know we call it a triangle, but it's not a good example. Well, I'm sure they get the last one. What's a triangle with sides of 3? A piece of pie for you and me. A musical triangle, ding, ding, ding. A slice of pizza with everything. Oh my God, that's a section of a circle. They got 3 out of 3 wrong. This kind of stuff breaks the Hippocratic oath. Kids would be better off if they didn't come to school the day they did this kind of song. That's no way to integrate math and music. Get rid of that too, all right? We got to move beyond naming basic shapes to getting kids thinking with precision about shapes and their property, making mental image shapes, forming shapes, playing with shapes, investigating shapes, composing and decomposing shapes. So one thing we do in the Building Blocks Project, for instance, is to present, kids with a wider variety of shapes. Those of you that know the pattern blocks will recognize the pattern block shapes are here. We make them bigger, but they're here. But so are tangram shapes. So are long, thin rectangles, pentagons that look like this, but also pentagons that look like that. So that kids have a wide variety of shapes to talk about and to sort and play with. And they do. They explore, they make pictures, they make designs, they play games with them.
Right. So there's the man himself, the author of the Building Blocks curriculum, right? But emphasizing again the importance of that precise language that he's talking about.
So what did you guys think of that? Have you? I heard. I mean, I was laughing, but things that resonated, or the things you're like, ooh, I have done pizzas and triangles.
I love it.
Oh, Michael's laughing. Tell us what your laughing face is making you think.
That makes me think of back in the day, dime, little and thin. I remember you're worth 10. My son is doing money right now, and so all these little rhymes, which that's pretty applicable. But we do in the classroom do those little silly poems all the time, and then you always had this one kid that was like, no, it's not. And then you're like arguing with a kid, and you're like, yes, it is. The poem says, when really the kid's right.
Right. Well, again, going back to those practice standards, the idea of, precision. Do you know what I mean? And one of the reasons why, precision is being really important, like precision thinking, not even so much precision language, but precise thinking. And one of the reasons why we do spend a bit of time on this, unpacking this idea of being precise for teachers, not just with math, but also science in the STEM areas, is because typically many preschool teachers will say, oh, I'm not a math person, or I'm not a science person. They feel really confident and strong in literacy, right? So it's like, talk about helping them make the shift from multiple, to multiple reads. They at least have some grounding and feeling like, I can do that. I know how to read kids a book. But oftentimes teachers will be very, again, transparent at admitting of like, oh, so what is math in preschool? Like when we even ask them that, what does math look like in preschool? And you'll see and hear teachers say similar things that what Doug was kind of saying about how, it's balloon when they're teaching circles, it's balloons or the pizza or the musical triangle, And again, not that that's necessarily like naughty teachers, that's not what we want you to do, but just thinking about if this is how we present these concepts and ideas to kids, how far along do they keep going with the idea of like, musical triangle, that is a triangle, even though it's missing one of the angles, right? And how that sort of stuff sticks to kids. And then the other piece too, that sort of relates to the guiding principle of kids being capable of higher order
Right.
thinking. You know, people are like, well, that's why I tell them, because as if a child won't be able to understand that a triangle has 3 sides and 3 angles. So you got to show them a pizza.
Yes.
And it's like, actually, little friends, if you say, hey, this is a hexagon, and these are the angles and these are the sides, and you count them, they're like, yep, okay, yep, I get that too. So, Dave, what have been your sort of experiences with kids with building blocks?
Exactly the same, right? I mean, that was the point that I was going to make, right? About what we believe children are capable of, and all of these examples that we saw here with Doug on the video, you know, are as Abby just mentioned, about, you know, people feeling that kids won't get it, so they have to sort of dumb it down in some ways, you know, to make it more, you know, understandable to children, right? But the one thing that sort of stood out for me in this video, you know, was Doug mentioning, you know, the kids would have been better off if they hadn't even showed up for school that day, you know, potentially, you know, which is very strong language, but it's a very provocative kind of a statement there, I think, which does carry some weight. And, you know, I mean, not only are you not giving children sort of the accurate mathematical knowledge that they deserve to be getting, but I mean, you are in some ways actually sort of doing some harm, you know, to the children, which is why, you know, he's kind of referencing the Hippocratic oath there, you know, which is, you know, first do no harm, right, from the medical side of things. And, you know,
I think that's why he's got those flames going in there too. That's like, okay,
yeah,
we get the point there, Doug.
You know, so
in terms of coaching, I think that's, again, a really good concrete sort of task or skill to develop with teachers, or to help them pay attention to, is what the language they're using, their instructional language, right? So go ahead and flash forward. So, and again, and one of the places you can see that very clearly is in the math small groups. So for example, go ahead again. The teacher isn't saying the pattern is red, blue, or A, B. She's saying the core unit of the pattern is red, blue, right? So core unit is a very different thing than just saying the pattern is red, blue. So the core unit is red, blue, meaning that's the thing that repeats, right? And again, we'll go back to that calendar about how the calendar doesn't necessarily teach that, right? Or teaches it completely imprecisely. And then she's also, again, bouncing off of what do they also already know. So one of the other key features of building blocks that's really helpful in these small groups is that she also asks the other child in the small group to describe the child who described the pattern, and that they're also checking for the describer's thinking. So again, kids then also have more precise language, and also correlation to precise thinking about it. So building blocks is definitely an amazing engaging way for kids to be engaging with math.
So let's take a look in a little bit more detail here at a building block small group opportunity.
So this is something you might, as a coach, be seeing in a classroom, observing, and just like what we would ask a teacher in a debrief, couple of questions. What is it that this little guy knows? How do you know he knows it? And what might be some next steps? So we're gonna watch it and see what we think.
So what does our young friend know from this very brief clip? It's only about 20, 30 seconds. But
He knows that 4 is 4 is 4
he sure
is
does.
4.
Yeah. Yes.
No matter how he rearranges, it's 4.
Mhm. Absolutely. How do you know that? What did you see him do that gave you that idea?
Just that as he arranged and rearranged each time, he would look up at the teacher and show that it was 4. I don't think he said 4. I don't think he said the word 4. He just used his fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And he even used his fingers to show the positioning of the animals.
You went like this. It's like, yes, all those different ways. Right. And this is second language learner. This isn't an ESL classroom. A Quattro. What else does he know? So Kathy is saying she didn't see him do a 3-in-1 combination. Okay, so maybe so how would that relate to next steps for this little friend? I like colors. Okay. Say a little bit more about that, Joyce. What did you?
Erica, I just noticed that every time he would put the same two colors together or separate them a little bit so that they're close enough to know that you knew he was separating the two colors from the orange.
So he didn't make a combination of 4, like when he's doing the 2 and 2. He didn't. Did he do yellow and green, yellow and orange together, or did he just always make the two orange or 2 yellow?
He did it briefly. Briefly, he brought it together. He did it one time, but he immediately separated it again.
Interesting. This is really good information as to what our little friend might know. So he seems to have some idea that orange and yellow could be 2, but then, like you said, then he backed down from that.
Right, he did, yeah, and he went back to the same way he was putting it together, separate. Yeah.
You can visually discriminate.
Yes.
By 2 and 2 in colors.
Yep. So he can sort them by at least one attribute by color, right? Grouping by color rather than 2 and 2 is 4. Yeah, good question.
This is probably mean, but I would want to take and do one of each color and just kind of see what the little boy could do. Like Joyce was saying, does he really know what makes 4? And that would be another way to find out.
Yep. So you could complicate the 4-ness of this situation, right? It's like it's easy. It's just by 2 different, and it's a small number, right? So if you gave him 6, then that is this the upper deck or the floor of what he understands about number?
You could give him 6, or you could give him 4 yellow pieces and see what happens. Yeah, right. Right. 4 yellow pieces or 4 orange pieces and see what happens then.
Yeah.
Or 1 blue, 1 green, 1 red, and 1 yellow.
Well, the thing too, and here's just like a behind the scenes thing. So this is happening during a unit where they're looking at baby animals and their parent animal, right? So that's why the counters are animals. So, in my mind, I'm also wondering, is he just sorting them by mama cow, baby cow, by parent and child? He is saying Quattro. So you can guess that he is attaching a number idea to it. But if somebody gave him 4 cubes, would he hold that 4-ness, or is it completely ruled by, exactly. These are all really if I had a teacher that were asking these, look at this is 20 seconds of instruction and how much, can come from Not only, what is it that he knows, but again, more importantly, what are my instructional next steps here? What's Carl saying, Dave?
He's talking about the importance of language in this context, as well as in reading books and other kinds of situations to help us understand the thinking or the reasoning that's going into the moves that the child is making.
Right.
Right.
And one, again, one thing that we do see is that exactly, I think what Carl you're saying is that so that the language in other areas, for example, if you had language that we use with teachers, if you had counting books, again, maybe they are in his home language, but that those are, again, if you have really good literacy books, they're also supporting good math understanding, right? In fact, more Doug Clement's greatest hits, one of the things that he does really make a point of saying about why we want really good, strong math instruction is not just because it gives us good math, it's correlated to good math capability for kids later on. It's actually tied even closer to good literacy, because it is all about using language, precision, thinking how to think, right? So those all support good literacy outcomes as well. So Sandra, tell us a little bit more about what do you mean by the language that we use with teachers?
Well, I guess more like as we're talking to them about these certain things that we're trying to, sell them on per se, I think the language all has to be the same. Like one day we have to go in, and if we go in and talk to them about it, we can't use one word, and then the next time we go, use another word. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like it all has to be concise and consistent. Is what I'm saying.
And that for sure is, again, probably a lot of the work to be doing in terms of coaching calibration. One of the other things that we can also share with you all is that we actually do have a resource from Building Blocks of how you describe the different shapes.
Yes.
So, circles or a continuous closed line type of thing. So that, again, that you have a vocabulary and an understanding that all teachers are kind of using throughout. Okay. So the other piece that goes along with small groups is that there are small group record sheets.
Yes.
They're part of, you'll find them when you get Building Blocks, but one of the things that you'll see in the curriculum that is on the website here too, is that we sort of took those record sheets and sort of made them like this. Again, just
for ease of use, teachers found that the way that they were sort of laid out and formatted in the actual Building Blocks resources were not particularly helpful. So we just reconstructed them in a different format, again, for ease of use.
And I think the main thing is to just try to, again, what I was thinking about an athlete. You want to habitualize them to be doing exactly what we just did, really observing, asking those questions, and wondering, right? So this is a really different way of thinking about assessment. What we all just did is we assessed this little guy's knowledge of number, right? But what we did, it feels like that's a lot different than being like, I'm going to ask you now, that checklist, right? We had a lot more questions than we had. He is here on line 4, right? So part of, I guess, the openness of the way these small group record sheets is that it hopefully will habitualize asking more questions rather than just the kid is on trajectory 7. That piece of it.
So I think actually right now we're going to take a pause for a few minutes. We're going to let you guys get up, stretch your legs, give you about 10 minutes to go and take care of whatever you got to catch up on. So if you could join us back here at 12 o'clock, that would be perfect. Excuse me, I apologize. Thank you.
No.
Not 12 o'clock your time. This is just a quick break. If you could join us back here at 11 o'clock your time, that would be great. In 10 minutes, we'll be back. We'll continue through a little bit more mathematics when we return, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks. Happening. So we've decided to make just a couple of minor adjustments at this point in our roadmap for this morning. As you can see here, here's our young friends. we left off with before the break. There's our record sheet for the small groups. What we were going to do is we were going to watch a video here of a teacher in Boston Public Schools actually running through another math small group. We were going to be asking you to use the lens of both our math fidelity, our small group math fidelity tool, which you can see here on the screen, to think about that video. And we're also going to be asking you to use the lens of that precise language piece that Doug impressed upon us, as well as thinking about, well, okay, here's where Kendra is currently, and this is what she's doing with the children. What kinds of feedback would you provide to her? What sort of conversations would you have with her from the coaching perspective regarding both what was happening here and in terms of next steps?
Yeah, I think the thing about Kendra too, that's important to keep in mind, again, going back to what folks were saying about the whole range of teachers, spoiler alert, Kendra is an exemplary teacher. And so, but she might be a teacher you'd be coaching. So it would give you an opportunity to sort of see like, okay, she's amazing, but she would also, so thinking about how do you coach a rock star teacher as well as a beginner teacher.
Exactly. Just the way we want teachers to think about the kids in their classroom, right? We've got to deal not with just the children who are lagging behind, but the children who are zooming ahead as well. So same thing with our teachers, even those ones who have got it locked down and tight, still going to be additional things that we want to put out there for them to consider and think about and keep moving everybody forward, regardless of where they happen to be. We're going to leave Kendra for you to be thinking about on your own, though, is what we're trying to get at. We're going to skip right past her for right now. You can review and revisit her later on. Once we do share the slideshow with you. What we're going to do instead, though, is we're going to be going back into our breakout rooms, and we are going to be giving you an opportunity to practice something that is kind of a critical piece of this building blocks, focus on pre-K, integrated curricula situation. And what we're talking about really is this idea of mathematizing, right? And so, as we know, focus on pre-K is a literacy curriculum. But as Abby mentioned, a number of times before the break, we want to be bringing mathematics beyond simply those parts of the day that are labeled building blocks. We want to be bringing mathematics, mathematical concepts, mathematical language into the entirety of the day and into the focus on pre-K components of the day, particularly. And so the exercise that we're going to be dealing with right here is each of the 5 breakout rooms will be taking a look at a center lesson from focus on pre-K. So the first thing you'll want to do in your small group is just read through that lesson, give it a brief run through so that you understand the goal of the lesson, what the children are doing, what the lesson is all about. And then you're going to spend the bulk of your time in your small group thinking about how you could mathematize, so to speak, that center lesson, which again is designed on the face of it to be sort of a language and literacy opportunity. So how could you bring in mathematical concepts, mathematical language, mathematical vocabulary into each one of these focus on pre-K center lessons? Are there any questions about the plan here? And if not, that is great. We're going to be giving you, I believe, about 10 minutes to work in your small groups. So I'll get those groups set up. We'll go off and we'll come back and we will discuss. Bear with me just a minute while I get the small groups going. Okay, going to make new rooms. And here we are. Oh, you know what? I'm forgetting something really important, which I don't recall. Nobody's mentioned it, which is awfully polite, but I I don't think I shared the slide deck. Right. Yes. There
That's
it
what we
is.
were just saying.
Somebody was just thinking that. Right.
You've got to
Yes.
on the head for things like this.
Yeah.
Your
Please.
designated monitor.
Just
Wander off into traffic, you just pull us right back in.
give me a minute while I get you the slide deck, and then we'll really be able to.
Then we'll be cooking with gas.
We'll be cooking with gas, cooking with oil, whatever you need.
With smidgen.
Rocket fuel. So that's the slide deck. Now you're probably going to click on that, and you're then going to say, "Wait,
What?
you didn't share it with us." So hold on, let me make sure I've set the sharing permissions correctly here, so that you can actually open it. Sorry. Best laid plans. Okay, right. So don't open it yet. Just bear with me for 1 minute longer, a second longer. Now, if you refresh that link that I just gave you for the slideshow, you can access it, and you're going to want to go directly to slide. Pardon me here. Slide 16. Okay. Slide 16, I'll get the breakout room sorted out, and we should be all set. And we'll see you in 10 minutes. All right.
Go forth and mathematize.
So the mathematizing of the center lessons.
We're thinking Doug would be so into this right now.
Right. Keeping Doug in mind, right? At all times.
Flamethrower of
Yeah.
precision.
Keeping Doug in mind, let's go through these lessons, and I think what will be helpful as we share out, if each group could just begin by orienting the rest of us to just really briefly, in a sentence or less, what your center lesson is about, what children are doing, what they're supposed to be doing in the lesson as written, and then talk to us about how you could bring the mathematics into things, if you wouldn't mind. So let's go to breakout room 1, please, and start with you guys who were looking at the building a neighborhood lesson.
Okay, well, with building a neighborhood, they used blocks to build a neighborhood, and then did signs relating to the books that they had read. And some of the math concepts that we noticed them using was with geometry, with the shapes of the blocks and the shapes and the signs, and then measurement and data, and doing graphs, and then counting in cardinality, counting the number of houses in the neighborhood, and then like I said, comparing their neighborhood to the ones in the books.
Okay, great. Counting the number of houses. They could also be writing the numerals to put the street signs on the houses, on the buildings. Absolutely, yeah. Addresses, right? Yeah. That's great. Thank you for that, Kathy. Anybody else from group 1 want to jump on what Kathy was talking about there? Anything to add?
We had also said that data comes into it, because looking at the similarities or differences in the buildings and creating graphs.
Okay, and so graphing out those differences between the buildings. Is that the idea?
Or also graphing the types of blocks used.
Okay. Okay, so that's right.
So how many square blocks versus how many rectangle blocks you're using in your structure?
Yeah. That's cool. Could also probably bring in some measurement in terms of measuring the height of some of the buildings.
The distance between the dry cleaner to the library to the school.
Right. So yeah, lots of opportunity for measurement probably there. That's great. Thank you. Room 1. Let's go to room 2. In room 2, you guys were looking at the washing dishes lesson. So what are the children doing in the washing dishes center? Besides washing dishes, yes.
I'll speak for just a second, and then we can kind of share it out. So they are washing dishes. They've made pizza, and they are actually washing the dishes from making the pizza. And now I'm trying to get it to pull up, and I can't get my PDF to pull up. But
what we talked about is graphing as well. One of the things we talked about is graphing the dishes that they actually washed. How many plates, how many spoons, how many forks, pots and pans, things like that. So we talked about graphing as well. Here it goes. The book was A Little Red Hen Makes a Pizza. They talked about different size pizza, different size sponges that they used. We talked about measuring when washing dishes, measuring soap and water. So we brought in the measurements. Guys, y'all help me out. Oh, shapes, pizza, and using the different shapes of pizzas. You know, you can talk about triangles, circles, some pizzas are square. What else, guys? I know we talked about more than that.
We also talked about in the Dramatic Play Center, asking the kids, well, if you're going to share your pizza with one other friend, how would you cut the pizza? Or if you had 3 other friends to share your pizza with, how would you cut the pizza so that everyone had an equal slice or piece?
Great. We're getting into fractions right there. Yeah.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Or toppings, the shapes that would go on pizza might be another connection there.
Okay, right. So some nice.
Much math and just washing dishes.
Yeah.
And
you
get clean dishes.
You know, another thing I was thinking about with the washing dishes too, you could also be thinking about sort of the steps of the process. You know, first you put the soap on the sponge, then second you scrub, third you put the dish in the drying rack. So the ordinal numbers, first, second, third, etc.
Sequences of how to wash. Yeah.
Sizes. So again, like the big fork, little fork, teaspoon, tablespoon kind of thing. Yeah. So many great things in there. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Room 2, let's go to room 3 with the animal habitats lesson.
Okay, and guys, you jump in here if I leave anything out. But we had animal habitats, and during centers, the children were encouraged to create plans, label parts of their habitats, research animals in their habitats, compare and contrast animal habitats to neighborhoods, and encouraged to collaborate and create animals and create habitats. And we said the way we could bring math in would be they could measure the length, talk about length, width, and height. They could compare sizes. They could graph. They could also talk about the temperature and the weather in different habitats. They could count the number of blocks they use to make habitats, and talk about the heights of the different ones. You could also talk about the space per animal size. Like, you know, a lion would need more space than a rat or a gerbil. They could also research how much space the animal needs.
I love that. Yes.
And then if they needed more or less covering to hide from predators. And then you could also challenge them by saying, well, you use this many blocks to build this one. If you built 2, how many would you need? And that brings in prediction and estimation.
Multiplication. Yeah.
Did I leave anything else out, guys?
That's great. Okay, so some very robust opportunities right there. Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like the graphing and the sorting of the animals, I love that the idea of, again, the thing that I really appreciate is, again, that the kids are researching, so they are finding out specific, accurate things about the animals, right? So you could graph how many of the animals live above the ground, below the ground, the different kinds of habitats, dry versus snowy versus forest, etc. Yep.
So let's go to group 4 and think about what in the world kinds of mathematics we could do around taking care of babies. What's going on here, group 4, with caring for babies? What's this lesson all about?
Carl is our recorder.
Oh, where are you, Carl?
Carl, you're in.
Carl, sorry.
Get in, Carl. You're our point guard.
Well, the start with the book reading. I was looking at it now. We went straight into talking about the ways we can pull the math out of the activity. And so, look over the material list and the vocabulary, and of course, went down the standards. I mean, for counting, we talked about how we can count, the baby bottles, the burp claws, and the bibs, and all those things. For measurement, fits in the book and compare the height of the bottles, the height of the family members in the book, if you're actually reading it at the time. You can measure how long a baby is in dramatic play.
Yes, sure.
Compare the size of the furniture for a baby compared to adults. For data, we talked about how, you can talk about how many bottles were given to a baby within an hour or throughout the day. You can measure the ounces, which would be another vocabulary word if you want to go that far, if they're ready for it, to talk about different increments of, volume and all those types of things. So, as well as, bottles being half full, complete, and if they're ready for it, for operations and algebraic thinking, you can, count how many baby bottles and baby containers are together, put all those things together if they're ready for that.
I love that you're referring to it as like you're describing it as if they're ready for it, because it does feel like if they're having all these experiences, they will be ready for a lot of what you're talking about, for sure. Yeah.
Right. Thank you for that information about the taking care of babies piece of things. And then group 5 with building a garden.
I think I'll speak for group 5. Guys, chime in and help me help me through this. Can everybody hear me? Building a garden, some of the activities that we thought about, and I'm gonna circle back and get to the essential question at the end. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
First thing we thought about, I think another group had it too, was utilizing the graph to discuss those types of foods that you can find in a garden, whether it's the potatoes or the carrots or the corn or lettuce or beans. Another thing we talked about was utilizing more than and less than. Try to distinguish, which students like the corn as opposed to the beans. And we talked about how we as teachers utilize the Pac-Man method, or I think the alligator method to help our students understand which one is more than. You eat the, you open your hand up and you eat the bigger number.
Yes.
Another thing we talked about was utilizing sequential order to determine, which part of when forming a garden, when making a garden, what comes first, what comes second, what comes next, what comes last, trying to tie in the language portion. And something else that we talked about was utilizing simple addition to add the different types of vegetables that we need. And kind of tying it into the essential question, which was how do people impact the environment in a positive or negative way? We can talk about how important gardens are to everyone, whether it's to provide for their families or if it's to help us eat healthy, or if it's for people, who utilize gardens as a way of, a resource to make money.
I love this. I love the whole, and maybe we haven't paid as much attention to it, but surfacing the whole family engagement part and the family relevance. So again, I really appreciate that, the idea that kids may have experiences with gardens that they can contribute some knowledge and some skill into as well. Yeah.
So that was awesome. Thank you for participating in that. Hopefully that was
I
you
can
know.
hear Doug Clements like in the background here going like, yes, do that, because, you know, none of these by themselves is a math center. But again, thinking about the power of integration as an instructional practice that we want to see teachers doing, how much stronger that math skill and development is going to be taking place by mathematizing all of these centers, right?
Right.
These
It's
centers, right?
it's contextualizing the mathematical concepts and the mathematical skills in a way that is relevant, that's engaging, that's fun, that's
Purposeful
playful,
for the
and
kids.
purposeful for the children by virtue of it happening as part of this you know, hands-on active center time lesson that they're already participating in. And one of the key sort of routes in which we want to be sort of helping them access these mathematical ideas that you guys have all just so wonderfully described is calling back to something that we were talking about last Wednesday, is the importance of using questions as a way of moving children's thinking forward. And so, you know, how are we going to get all of this mathematical information and all of these ideas, you know, out to children and get them thinking about these things through the questions that we ask them as we're facilitating their play in centers, right?
And so, you know, as we said before, kind of a good diet of both stop and go questions around the math concepts. Oftentimes, teachers, because we think of math as being very concrete, as X, you solve for an X, a lot of times math questions tend to be very stop, right? How many, what color is it, you know? But then thinking about the go questions, which it sounded like when folks were talking about how they mathematize the centers, a lot of the questions that you raised that hopefully you want teachers also to be thinking about as they plan for these centers are go ones. What might happen if we did this? Or how do you know which is more or less, right? So I think, again, thinking about habits that we want to build with teachers, here's another place where building that questions capability is definitely opportune. So now we are going to shift back to a classroom. We're going to watch a teacher and playing a little bit of a game of, well, she probably will say this, about what component do we think, oh, there's it up there.
It's right there on the slide.
But we're going to watch her do this component. Remember her from before? It's Laura.
Yes, here she is again.
Particularly excited because I had to borrow something from him from lunch for our Let's Find Out. Are you excited about our Let's Find Out? We're actually going to talk about something that some of you might already be familiar with, but it might be something like Alex said this morning that's interesting. We're going to talk about, remember in Dog's Colorful Day, when he was sitting under the table, some jam dropped on him. Some jam dropped on him. And what color was that jam? Red. It was red. But you know what? It just says a drip of red jam. You know what it doesn't tell us? It doesn't tell us what flavor the jam is. And that means what it tastes like. Does anybody have a guess of what this red jam tastes like? Thank you for raising your hand back then. What do you think it tastes like? Strawberries. Why do you think it tastes like strawberries? Because it's red. And what do you know about strawberries? Let's look in this book. This is about fruits and vegetables. Let's see if strawberries are red. Are they? Yeah. They're made with strawberry jam. Does anybody have a different idea? I know. I think it's the grape. You think it might be grape? Yeah, the grape. You mean maybe it's grape jelly? Has anybody ever had grape jelly? I did. Just make a connection if you've had grape jelly. The grape jelly I usually have, Theo, is actually purple. Anybody else usually have purple grape jelly? Because sometimes grapes are a deep red or purple, but sometimes they are also green. But usually the grapes that they use to make jelly and juice are purple like this. Does anybody have another guess what red flavor might be, Jack? Raspberry. Let's make sure that raspberries are red. Let's see. Here are some raspberries. Here, Kip, you look at these raspberries. Well, you know what? We don't know what flavor it is, but those are some really good guesses. Lemonade. We are going to play a game. Are you ready? Okay. All right, listen to what the game is. I have in this bag 4 different kinds of jelly or jam. And I'm going to cover up the label, and I'm just going to show you the color of it, and you're going to have to guess what flavor it is. Just raise your hand. Just raise your hand. This is some real jelly. Raise your hand if you think you know what flavor this is. So, Titi, what flavor do you think this is? Lemon. Lemon. Why do you think it might be lemon? Yellow. You think it looks yellow? Oh, Alex, what do you think it is? Apple. It's apple. Why do you think it's apple? Oh, because apple juice is like that color, and it might be apple. That is so true, because apples, even though on the outside they have a color, we've cut apples in the middle. And what color is it kind of in the middle? It's like white, right? Apples. So this actually is not lemon or apple jam. This is orange marmalade. I was about to say this is orange marmalade. And marmalade is just another word like jam or jelly. Let's see. Are you ready for the next one? Oh. What do you think, Mia? You think maybe it's purple grape? What do you think, Kiyoki? It's jelly. Maybe it's like brown, or maybe it's chocolate. Maybe it's chocolate. So you think that color looks brown? What do you think, Gemily? Maybe grape. I know. It is raspberry. Red raspberry. I was about to say. Hey, you used some of it. That one I did use some of. Some of them are new and some of them I've used. All right, this one, let me try putting this one on my knife. He opened it. Oh. What do you think, Christopher? Chocolate. I know what it is. I want to hear Christopher's idea. So Christopher, it's not really black. So do you know what fruit might have made this color? Oh. Do you have a guess? No? What do you think, John? Grapes. Maybe grapes. Well, guess what? I'm gonna eat that. This is actually. It's purple. It's not purple. It's blue. Blueberry. This flavor is actually blueberry, and you know what? Was it blue? Was it blue? No. But the name of it is blueberry, and this is why I had to borrow this from Emmett. So although the outside of a blueberry is blue, when you squish it up, it's actually a purplish, because the juice inside it mixed with the blue on the outside makes it actually kind of purplish. Yeah. So here's the last one. Strawberry. I just said it. Strawberry. Which one color is the red one? Go. Amen. So something that is important to know about jelly, some of the things that we eat like jelly, is that it gets its color and its flavor from the fruit that's inside it. And today, during centers, you're going to be able to go to the art studio, and Miss Black will let you try each of these jellies if you want. We have some bread, and you can try all 4 of these jellies during center time. Okay. So there's something else that has color, and it is juice. Just like Alex was saying that apple juice is kind of like an orangey color. This is cranberry raspberry. And what color is it? It's kind of red, maybe purple, because cranberries and raspberries are red. Anybody think they know what kind of applesauce? So this is actually a juice. Jacoby, what color is this juice, you think? Lemon. Jacoby, what color is this juice, you think? Yellow. And Alex, what flavor do you think it is? Alex, what flavor do you think it is? Pineapple. It could be pineapple because our friends, you do not need to call out to me. I know that this is something that's really exciting that we're doing, but you still need to use your meeting manners. Oh, you know what? This book does not have a. Oh, there it is. Here's a pineapple, and if you cut a pineapple inside, it is yellow. But this is actually lemon juice, which came from a real lemon. And what color is that lemon? What color is this? Yellow. Yellow. You can just make a connection. We are not going to drink those juices. I just brought them in to show you. And now I brought you in one of my favorite juice, and I think you guys are going to think this juice is a little interesting. I wish we could drink. Ready? This is my favorite juice. It's green juice. Maybe it's green. It's green. Adrian, what do you think about this green juice? You've been what, honey? You've made lemon juice before, or lemonade? Maybe it's pear juice. Oh, maybe it's pear juice. What color is a pear? Maybe it's green. You know what? It is not a fruit. Green juice? It is not a fruit that contains this color. Excuse me. It is not a fruit. It's actually a vegetable. Oh, I know. What do you think, John? It is not cucumber. It's a leafy vegetable that has leaves on it. Malia. It is spinach. But you know what? You know what? Actually, my friends, in this juice is actually apple juice, pineapple juice, some banana juice. There's all different juices mixed in there, but the darkest color is the green. The darkest color is the green. Just like, so that's why the color comes out green, because the darkest color is green. Does that even taste?
So it goes on for a few more minutes, but I think that is probably sufficient to give you a taste of what's happening here. So what did you notice? What did you hear? What did you see going on? What do you think is the goal or the purpose of this particular component that we just watched? As we mentioned, it says up in the top left corner LFOAI, which does stand for our Let's Find Out About It component. But what was Laura really trying to do here?
So she's trying to make connections to real life things of what they've been talking about in the classroom to what they might see outside of school.
Yes, absolutely. Right. Thank you, Marissa. Yeah, she started by talking about Dog's Colorful Day, which is one of the core read alouds in Unit 4. The world of color, right? And she's taking, just as you said, Marissa, she's taking some of the concepts that are introduced in that book about different kinds of substances, making and creating different sorts of stains, and she's providing the children with some real life explanation, digging a little bit deeper and helping to unpack that idea for them with the jams and the juices that she was talking about. Are you about to?
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say that, so we had sort of said at the top of this whole piece about how the different we started with the content area of building blocks being the math piece of it. So let's find out about it addresses the content area of STEM. So this particular let's find out about it lesson happens during the color unit where kids are going to be working with color. So rather than just being like, okay, grass is green, sky is blue, one of the things, a little more complicated concept is how different colors combine to make new colors. And so that's one of the reasons why she's going through this whole piece about how, yep, it's red on the outside, but it's not really, is it a raspberry? Is it a strawberry? The end where she has that funky green juice, very large of being like, yeah, what's all in there, right? So that's one of the so in the read alouds, kids will encounter sort of scientific phenomena that you can't really or that you're not really going to unpack during the read aloud, right? So for example, in the shadows and reflections unit, there's a number, in all the read alouds, the kids encounter shadows. And the concept of a shadow, unpacking a shadow to a 3 and 4 year old is pretty complicated. But again, remembering that when we're doing our read alouds, they're reconstructing the story. And they may not have a lot of information as to why is that shadow getting bigger in the story when it goes down the side of the wall, right? So in Let's Find Out About It, the teacher then says, okay, do you remember seeing that shadow in that story? And it was pretty key to the story. This is what a shadow is. And so she'll use flashlights, she'll turn out the lights, and so that the kids can they'll go outside and look at shadows during different times of the day. And so once they unpack the idea of shadows and Let's Find Out About It, when they come back to reconstruct the story, it has even more of a stronger context for them and understanding for them, so that they can use the vocabulary in meaningful ways when they say, oh, it's because the light source is close to the puppet or whatever it is. So it's casting a shadow forward or backwards because it might be at noontime when the little boy is seeing the shadow in the story. So that is the function, I guess, or the goals of what happens in Let's Find Out About It. It doesn't happen every day in the curriculum. It happens 2, sometimes 3 times a week, depending on what the read alouds are for that week and how much what scientific phenomenon they're encountering in the stories.
And what we just to clarify in case anybody's wondering, well, that's good for those 3 or 2 days when it's happening, but what's happening on the other days during that period of time when we don't have Let's Find Out About It happening? What we encourage folks to do is, again, the Let's Find Out About It might be on 3 days in a week. Those other 2 days when it isn't happening, we encourage folks to take advantage of that space to do some sort of a social emotional lesson. And that might be simply implementing a social emotional lesson from a curriculum that a classroom or a school happens to already be utilizing, Second Step or Open Circle, whatever the case might be. But if there isn't a specific curriculum that a school or classroom is using, encouraging teachers to think about a way to bring in some of that social emotional instruction. One of the things that we're going to talk about a little bit later in our Setup for Success section, we're going to be talking about something called problem stories, which is an excellent way to utilize this period of time for the social emotional piece of things. So we'll get into that in more depth as we move further into our afternoon.
So one of the things that is in the slide deck here, and that will again, you all have the tool all together, is that there is a section in Fidelity Checklist that talks about Let's Find Out About It. Again, there'll be adherence questions. Just as an aside, if I were coaching Laura in seeing this in an observation, I might tell her that she could have broken up this Let's Find Out About It into two, because she definitely felt like little friends were getting a little on the antsy side. I think she could have cut it at the first part of it and maybe not gone into the juice part. Grossness aside, but I think it was sufficient for her to talk about the jellies and the jams. Because as you can see here, like all other whole group components in the curriculum, we want to kind of keep it fairly short and concise. And then there are also the 1 to 5 quality items that are in there. And again, if you've been following along in the fidelity checklist, you'll see similar quality characteristics. So use of really good vocabulary, multiple references and connections to other parts of the curriculum, really good questions, open-ended, and again, those stop and go questions really define some of the quality. Child participation. So in small groups, you want it to be mostly kids participating and teacher sort of lower teacher talking. So, as we had said before, go ahead. We know that you all use class. So this might be an activity, I know that, for you to do in training of teachers, but also calibrating amongst yourselves as coaches, laying that fidelity tool to the dimensions of class and sort of draw that together for teachers as well. Because you can see here in the Let's Find Out About It, there was language modeling, quality feedback happening, definitely conceptual development going on, as well as sort of the productivity and instructional learning formats, for sure. Go ahead. And once again, our practice standards that are in science. Again, we have content standards, similar, like they're gonna learn about shadows, they're gonna learn about, living, non-living, which is, one thing, but then the practice standards sound a lot like the math practice standards, problem solving, asking questions, defining problems, and sound a lot like our focus wheel of guiding principles and instructional practices as well. So again, this is more of the same look. This is not add-on. They're all like, you could like make this an instructional practice and standards, like, I guess, sandwich. It's all layered one on top of each other, and it doesn't. So I'm sure teachers look at all of these standards, all of these things, and just look at it, a giant checklist for them to be getting through. But again, as coaches, one of the things that we help them tie together is that, look, if you're doing really good questions in centers, you're hitting the math practice standards, you're hitting science standards, you're doing all the things. And I'm sure class as well.
So
some of the other things that you'll see as characteristic as Let's Find Out About It is the use of nonfiction texts. And again, going back to our Doug and talking about accuracy, here's another area where precise language is really important for kids. And also they really are capable of understanding, like teachers say, really big words or big ideas, for sure. And in fact, a lot of kids really dig this very nonfiction oriented texts.
And children will also be learning here through the use of these nonfiction texts, the difference between nonfiction text and fiction, the way that these nonfiction books are structured and the way that they're read and the way that they're used is quite different from the way that a read aloud certainly is dealt with, right? For a nonfiction text, you're not necessarily going to read through the entire thing from cover to cover like you would with a read aloud. You might look at the table of contents and you might find the particular section that's relevant to whatever you're trying to figure out and just go to that section of the nonfiction book, et cetera. And so an opportunity not only for children to be learning about whatever the particular concept is you're trying to get across here with Let's Find Out About It, but to understand more fundamentally how nonfiction texts work in relation to or in comparison to fiction read aloud texts as well. So,
and one of the reasons why this helps from the very beginning towards those good child outcomes is that so if you looked at Common Core, like state standards, and also how things happen in the classrooms, most kids will almost exclusively, their text diet is nonfiction, fiction,
Fiction.
storybooks, etc. And then when they get to third grade, it absolutely flips to the majority of things that they're reading are nonfiction. So I loved how when people were talking about kids researching, right here at the 4-year-old level, they are learning how to research. They're learning how to use, how to read, how to navigate a nonfiction book, and it isn't cover to cover. It's got all these really great features that are important. These are photographs rather than illustrations, indexes, glossaries, you know, all those diagrams that are all up in nonfiction texts. So we're building, again, the learning habit.
Right, and
from the very beginning.
And when children now get to third grade
They're like, "I know this."
and they, you know, have to make that shift, that shift won't be nearly as abrupt or as sudden as it would have been previously, because we're building that on ramp from the very beginning here. Like Abby mentioned, one last thing, or one additional thing at least, about Let's Find Out About It, is that this component of the curriculum is also a particularly conducive opportunity to drawing upon the families that are part of the classroom as well. You know, so if you happen to know of the family members who are experts in a particular area that a Let's Find Out About It is going to be digging deeper into, certainly trying to solicit those family members to come in and showcase, you know, some of the firsthand knowledge, firsthand experiences that they have, and share that with the children. It works particularly well here.
So we are at lunch, right up to the minute. Boy, that was good.
We're going to go to lunch. It's in the timing that we've somehow managed to get this train completely back on track, amazingly. And we're landing exactly where we wanted to land for a lunch break.
Yes.
So we're gonna do it just like we did last time, 45 minutes. So we will be back at 12:45 your time. Oh, I like how we did that. Oh my gosh. So we'll see you at 12:45. Abby and I will be on-ish, in and out, but
leave some stuff in the chat box if you have anything that you want us to consider going forward. But
right.
We're going to be looking at our afternoon ahead, and we'll see you all.
All right. Thank you. See you at 12:45. Hey, welcome back.
Hello again. Where's lunch?
Hope everybody had an opportunity to take a nice nap, maybe.
No, everyone's nope. I answered 200 emails.
Like that episode of Seinfeld where George decides to. You ever see Seinfeld? George makes a little like a nap cubby underneath
have something like that
underneath his desk. You know, put the pillows down there and just crawl under your desk.
Just where I fall down.
Or you
There should
collapse.
be a life alert under there.
Or you collapse in the corner at the end of the day.
I'm meditating.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, everyone is always so prompt to come down.
It's amazing. Yeah, you should teach some of the folks up here a thing or two about it. Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Well, we are heading into the final stretch-ish of our second day together. So we did a little bit of adjusting to what we're gonna try to address, but this is also kind of fluid because as always, I think we packed in more than we could probably chew, something like that. But what we're gonna get into now is sort of another component of the curriculum. And that is lunch.
Yes, most important part of the curriculum. Just a moment. There it is.
Okay, so we talked, literacy small groups in focus. So we talked a little bit of the math small groups. So the literacy small groups are going to have these characteristics. One, there's 3 to 4 each day. But those are the same 3 to 4 for the entire week. Mm-hmm. So in other words, teachers need to make a time for it in their schedule, but the content of it is going to be the same for the entire week. So there's not different ones on Monday and Wednesday than there are on Tuesday and Thursday. So one of the small groups generally will address conceptual development tied to the big ideas of the unit. So for example, in the friendship unit, the small group they might be doing is making piñatas, because one of the read alouds is Hooray a Piñata. One of the small groups will address foundational literacy, again, in a really broad sense. So looking at things like letter ID, rhyming games, etc., specific to targeted literacy skills. And then finally, there'll be a small group that is more on the independent side, but also thinking about how independent for kids to be doing during that small group time, but also it might be a small group that's building towards independence in centers. So for example, if one of the centers is playing a certain letter game, as this is, well, you might need to prep it or teach it more directly in small groups so that the next day you have more kids able to be at that center independently. So again, these are the broad strokes of what the small groups look like. But you can also see here too, as in probably hopefully in the rest of the curriculum, that these also kind of like ebb and flow through each other. So for example, the small group over here is they're freezing materials in ice, and then they're gonna thaw it and see what's in there. But then the teacher's also using vocabulary cards for them to both define what it is they're observing, but also to revisit the vocabulary from the read aloud. This foundational literacy small group here, I can't remember what it is exactly, but I think they're doing some rhyming, but since they're using a related book to the unit concept, it kind of gives it a little bit more context for the kids. The independent could be, again, addressing foundational literacy or conceptual development. If you wanted them, I mean, brave teacher to be doing piñata making independently in centers, whoa. She might teach it to them in small groups so that they could do some part of it on their own independently, etc. Using the vocabulary, using foundational literacy skills, etc. So might be asking yourself, okay, so this sounds great. Where is this all aligned to? Well, obviously, again, it's aligned to standards, but even more specifically in focus, next slide, is this scope and sequence of foundational literacy skills. So a little bit of backstory here. Again, calling back to our OWL friends. Again, this will probably, resonate with them. So OWL was developed so that it would follow a scope and sequence of kids' literacy development. And so what this was actually part of the original OWL, where it really lines out the foundational literacy skills. Early literacy skills is what it was called back in the day, across the entire curriculum. So Dave, do we want to give folks a couple minutes to kind of peruse this, and then we'll come back and answer any questions or talk it out a little bit?
Absolutely. It's linked right here in the slideshow. So you can just click right on this shot here. The slideshow in the chat? Sure, I'll do that again.
Knowing this scope and sequence.
We're familiar with that SWPL term. So is this related to SWPL?
It is. So that's what it was originally, that was the component it was originally tied to in the old OWL.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are you familiar with this scope and sequence being the?
You sent it to me, and I was trying to pull it up while you were talking, because I know that is going to be what we will be using.
Okay. Yeah.
Is this?
And maybe, you know what, to be honest, Marissa, I feel like most of your original OWL folks in the group may not actually recognize it in this form, because I believe that this scope and sequence that was developed was done specifically with Boston.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, Dave, you want to give everybody what?
5 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Somewhere in about 3.5 minutes to be precise. Yes.
Thank you.
So,
Sequence.
what do we think about the scope and sequence? Any questions? Any thoughts about that?
Well, one thing you might want to is helpful to unpack for teachers is if you notice not all of the skills are addressed every week or even in every, is it every unit? No, every unit it is, but not always. Like letter ID is almost every week addressed. Beginning sounds is addressed every week. Rhyme, not always. Some of the concepts of print aren't always, and that is again because kids are going to be building them up across the scope and sequence. So it kind of ramps up there. So similar to building blocks, it continues to spiral up there.
Yeah, we have another, actually, if we just go to this next slide here, I mean, there's another graphic here, which sort of is a different sort of way of thinking about the scope and sequence document that we just spent a couple of minutes looking at. You know, basically this progression that we can see here on the screen is in large part what that scope and sequence reflects. The movement from these skills from left to right, just starting with the listening piece, then the syllables, etc., gradually becoming more complex over time.
And one of the things you might have noticed from the scope and sequence as well is that a lot of the activities are poems and songs and finger plays and games. And again, that goes back to the idea that we want kids to be learning in a joyful, engaged way, right? And so when we know one of the things that sort of sticks for little kids, again, I mean, I can personally still recall conjunction junction and the preamble of the Constitution because of Thank You Schoolhouse Rock. But that also helps kids, you know, really is an access point that really makes it available and accessible to a wide variety of kids. Okay, so back to this slide of bingo. So, and again, it's going to follow this. We're going to continue to complicate, revise, refine trajectory. So, for example, they're going to be singing bingo, a pretty familiar, straightforward song in Unit 1. In Unit 4, they are going to still be singing to the tune of bingo, but instead of singing bingo, because again, those are just 5 letters. We get it in Unit 1. In Unit 4, the letters that they're going to be looking at are going to be of the characters' names of the book. Her name's Vicky. So they're going to replace B-I-N-G-O with B-I-C-K-Y and on and on and on. So it bounces off of what is familiar, builds off of what is familiar, and then extends that to, again, other things that are more familiar, but gives it just enough scaffolding so that kids can access the new information and the new skill. Okay. When you look at the scope and sequence, the way it is sort of organized is that, so it's skill, and then it's, actually, if you want to go back there, so there's D1, D2, D5, that stands for day, the day in which you do it. You know, again, this is fairly flexible in terms of, you know, if you don't get it. So the other thing that you might notice in focus is that it's not Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but day 1, day 2 of instruction. And that is to reflect that, so for example, day 1 might be Monday, day 2 might be Tuesday, Wednesday's a field trip. So that's not necessarily an instruction day. So when teachers come back to the classroom, they don't pick up at day 4, right? They pick up at instructional day 3. And so that's similar to the way the foundational literacy scope and sequence follows too. So there's a variety of ways to do this. So you could do it as a whole group. A lot of times too, teachers use these as transitions. So we're waiting to line up for lunch. Let's sing bingo and let's look at but again, going back to explicit and intentional practice, it isn't necessarily, well, again, this goes to Christmas future for us. So when we've guided teachers to take this apart and use this as transitional sort of activities, what sometimes falls off is saying what the skill is that the kids are learning. So yep, it's down by the bay to address rhyming that day. And they'll be singing it, washing their hands, getting ready to go to the bathroom. And that's great, but they might leave off, hey friends, the rhyme that we're listening for here is A, right? So it's that one little extra tweak that makes it both explicit and intentional to what the teachers are doing. And so I guess that's our caution, is to, yes, absolutely, teachers can use this as transition, but not just as a transition. It should be very explicit as to what it is that the kids are learning. Okay, so hopefully this part opens up here for us too, the idea of data-driven assessment. So as we saw with our little friend with Quattro, our little Quattro friend, that was 20 seconds of a classroom time. And we got a lot of information about what our little friend knows, questions about, I wonder if I can find out some more about that. And then also specifically, what can we do next to keep him moving along there? That, to me, is one of the best ways to be using assessment. I think that's probably more characteristic of formative versus formal assessment, which is also another sort of piece of the classroom. So how do we define data-driven assessment here, Dave? There's some of the things that are important about it.
Right, you can see them all up here on the screen. For the most part, we want to make sure that the assessment is aligned. We want to make sure that it's authentic, ongoing, and diverse, and is cyclical. And for me, that's the most important piece at the end, right there. Is that it's something that, as it describes right here, we're gathering information, we're analyzing it, and then we're using that analysis of the information to push instruction forward. Again, over time, to continue moving things down the road for the children in question here.
So what do you all use in Mississippi for your preschool assessments? And I'm sure it's a variety, but what do you all use?
Like, you mean annual
Yeah,
assessment? Okay, so we have two things we use. One is our MCAS, which is Renaissance Learning, and the other is Brigance, which usually teachers use that 3 times a year, but for sure twice a year, beginning and end of year.
Okay, and is the expectation that across all of your teaching cohorts, they use the same one, or do different ones use different?
No, all of our programs that are in public schools use the same one.
Okay.
And we pay for it. That's the reason we can mandate it.
Okay. Yeah, because certainly in Boston, we have a little bit of a different, so in our community programs, they need to use something called Teaching Strategies Gold, which is, again, an online sort of platform of assessment. But in our district, we use PALS, which is a phonological awareness, early literacy assessment, and then the EVT, which is a vocabulary. But other than that, there isn't, I think we've had conversations with you all. We wish it were hardier, but those are sort of our standard ones, which is, again, but actually one of the other reasons why we want our formative assessments to be hardy, since we don't have that big of a menu of formal ones. So, and as we said before too, huge part of it is habitualizing teachers to have this mindset of using observation, documentation, an assessment in a way that enhances their instruction. So we know what assessments we have, but now we're gonna do a little work with, okay, great. These assessments give us a bunch of information. What does it all mean? So
did you want to say something? Were you going to say something, Marissa?
So, well, I was just going to let you know that some schools do have a curriculum that they do an assessment after the end of, I don't know, every other unit maybe. But that's not, that's not the data driven that you were mentioning.
Yeah. So I guess one thing I would say is that if we consider any information that we get from kids data, right, a wider umbrella of what that is, it could be something that is sort of a checklist at the end of the unit, or it could be some of the notes and observations that, you know, everybody back in the day remember work sampling, that kind of, you know, data that's all in shoe boxes and files and things like that that you are used to build kids' portfolios. Those are also data points that would be helpful. And to be honest, I mean, I don't know, all the other coaches in the room could probably chime in on this. This is I think one of the biggest things to help untangle for teachers, just because it's such a combination of things you put online, things you put in folders, things you put in portfolios, etc. So let's have more of a conversation on supporting teachers and calibrating amongst yourselves how you want to support them. So, okay, we're going to watch our little friend. Again, I love little snapshots in the classroom because we get to see real friends. So every assessment that we give kids, whether or not it's the facilitation we do in centers, the small group record sheets, or again, the formal PALS assessment done, you know, beginning of the year, middle of the year, and then at the end of the year. This is a beginning of the year assessment, and every assessment has a story that it's going to tell us. So we're going to watch this all together, and then we're going to have some discussion in a breakout room and then come back. So let's first watch our little friend here, beginning of the year.
Jaden, what's this letter? Us. What? The us. What's this? The snake. What's this letter? The dinosaur. What's this letter? The elephant. What is this letter? The shingle. What's this letter? The island. What's this letter? The apple. What's this letter? This for the ice cream. What's this letter? For the coat. What's this letter? Seven. What's this letter? That's for the beach. What's this letter? That's for the water. What's this letter? That's for candy. What's this letter? The fire engine. What's this letter? The house for the fire. What's this letter? That's a letter. What's this letter? That's a mark. And what's this letter? And take the host. Wow, you worked really hard on that, Jaden. Thanks.
All right.
Ah, Jaden. Love this guy. Yeah, so that's Jaden. I think this is in the first week or so of school. Real teacher doing, that's the PALS assessment, where, as you can see, pretty straightforward. She shows him different letters, and his job is to identify them, capital letters. So these questions for folks to discuss in the breakout rooms. What do you think his score is going to be? What do you think he does know, his strengths, his strategies? How well does this assessment support his sense of self as a learner and sense of relationship, that big word we used from the beginning of the PD? So 5-ish, 5, 7
Yes.
minutes
Mhm.
for folks to discuss. Little Jaden here.
Okay, we'll be back in a few minutes. So hopefully we had a few good conversations about some of these
Little Jaden here.
questions here, right? Sorry about that. Let's go back just a minute. All right. Maybe we could start by talking about his strengths. It's always for me kind of a key place of beginning, you know, something like this. And what are some of the strengths that Jaden is bringing to
He
bear?
was
confident. He was very
Yeah, he
confident.
was very confident.
Right?
His
Is that-
vocabulary he has a wide range. Vocabulary.
Surely. Yes, a very, very well-developed vocabulary, certainly. Mm-hmm.
Because
And
he
you know-
never paused. He never paused. He never thought about whatever. I mean, and like I said, I couldn't really see the letters. So therefore I thought he was doing a great job because I didn't know if whatever he was saying was matching the beginning letter or sound, whatever. So I'm saying, oh, he's doing great because I couldn't see what the teachers.
Buy whatever you're selling, Jaden.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. Yeah, in terms of like, again, what you were saying about he didn't stop for a moment. He's focused. I mean, this is the first 10 days of school. You can hear she's doing this assessment during center time. I don't know if you can totally hear it, but there's kids are all in centers around him. He isn't distracted at all.
No, he's
like,
looking. He's looking at each letter. Yeah, each letter. You can see his eyes are right there.
For first part of the year.
Right.
And the reason we said he had a wide range, each letter had he didn't repeat one word. Every letter had a different word. So we was like, he has a wide range vocabulary.
That's right. What do you predict his score was going to be on this assessment? It's 1 to 5. Actually, 1 to 26 for this measure. What's he going to score?
Probably had a 1.
I think it's low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
one
would've gave
thing
him a 26.
One thing I noticed, I heard you, Amy. One thing I liked about what the teacher did is that she didn't correct him. She
And
didn't.
why
she
is that?
kept-
Yeah, why is that important?
Because the information was not for him. The information was for the teacher.
Okay.
She didn't lower his confidence. She kept the pace going. And he kept it going too, you know, and it was almost to say, well, hey, since you know it, let's just keep it moving. Although he really didn't know it, but and then she high-fived him on the end. Way to go, bud, you know. Hey.
Yeah, sounds all good. Well, I like the way you said that the information is for her and not even so much for the little friend here. Right. So this doesn't become a long lesson on here's what all these letters are.
Right.
This is the first 10 days of school. But also the information that he needs to be getting from this, again, going back to what is our relationship here, teacher learner type of person. So he's going to get a lot of information even from this. This is like 5 minutes, right? About who he is in the classroom and who she is, right? And you're right. Absolutely. She doesn't break the protocol at all. She doesn't, not only does she not correct him, but she also doesn't help him, you know, like scaffold. Like she doesn't say, are you sure that's what it is? Right? Because one, it would knock him off. He'd probably be like, I said it was a firehouse. But also it would mess up the data, right? If she over scaffolded him or kind of helped it or went around the protocol that way, then the data, the points that she would get.
The fidelity of it.
Yeah.
Or she'd have to, at the very least, make a note that, he got this correct with this kind of a scaffold or with this kind of a hint or a boost, for it to be as meaningful as possible. Yes.
Right. So for this measure, the highest that they can get. So their task that they need to do, as she says, is to identify the letter. right? So a little bit of a subtlety because there were some of the letters that he was saying a word that starts with that letter, but in order for them to get a point for each 20 of the 26 letters, they have to say that's a J, right? So they have to give a letter name, not just a word that starts with the letter. So the highest he could get for this measure is 26. And yep, you're correct in that the folks who guessed that he would score low, I think technically he would score a straight 0 on this because he didn't identify any of the letters. He definitely had stories and he definitely had vocabulary, and some of them, I think the J actually was the one that was closest to a letter ID because it was a word that started with that letter, but he would not get credit for that. So, whoa. Right? That could feel really daunting and, like a lot. But actually, again, one of the things that when we show this video that we want teachers to unpack is, okay, yep, you're right. This is the data that we get from this. It's not the end of the story. It should actually be
the beginning of the story.
Preface to the story, right? And unfortunately, I think we do use or associate assessments with the end, like that's it. They do an assessment at the beginning of the year. Suddenly a kid is in a red group, a blue group, a green group for the rest of the year, right? And and then it perpetuates itself into kindergarten, into first grade. So one of the things we want to mind shift teachers and principals into is thinking about assessments as dynamic and not just here it is in this one take.
And this is a good opportunity to jump in here actually, and in relation to the small groups that we talked about earlier, make this connection, clear that as Abby is saying, this idea of things being dynamic, the small groups that we talked about earlier, children should not be in those same small groups throughout the entirety of the school year, or even from one unit to the next. Those small groups are designed to be dynamic based on exactly this sort of a thing here, exactly based on data that the teacher is collecting, right? So while certain children might be in one small group together for a particular reason at a particular point in time, based on data, the makeup and the composition of those small groups will shift and will change.
And I think also in terms of what the story is here, it's not just what of the child, but of the assessment itself. So PALS assesses phonological awareness, but not vocabulary. So if we added a vocabulary assessment here, this little friend would be like off the charts, right? So, you may crunch out his data sheet and it's a straight 0 for this. That would be such a small piece of
who he is,
the picture of who he is as a learner, and also you as a teacher, where the roadmap is. It would be really daunting, I'd say, if that's for it. For knowing about daylight, you miss all the, not even the nuance, but all of the things that you're going to use or to leverage to move him along. So going with that idea, this little friend's got a lot of vocabulary, he's got a lot of charisma, he's got a lot of relationship skills, focus, let's go back there first. So, right, he doesn't know any letter names of what we saw here that he did. A couple of ideas of how we could get him to learn some of these letter IDs, and we'll do it more specifically in the curriculum, but just off the top of anyone's head here, if a teacher came to you and be like, this is what I have. This is the data sheet on this little friend. And you'd have to help them think about, okay, what does this mean for instruction?
Well, Abby, you said something earlier that's very key. You mentioned the word relationship. And, if she had maybe done something differently in terms of interrupting him, correcting him, are you assuring him, slowing the pace, who knows what that would have done to the relationship of even putting yourself in a position for him to receive the information from you. And I think that that's something that a lot of teachers don't take into consideration, that they're for. And that relationship is a key piece, because I want you to be, just like we want our teachers to be in a position to receive from us, their students also have to be in a position to receive from them.
Yes.
That's a fundamental piece.
They have to feel
Yes.
I can, you know, right? Again, that step ladder or the fire truck, right? So I see some great, great suggestions in the chat box. Begin with the letters in his name. That's right. Every 4-year-old is like me. So there you go. Those are the, so which is actually kind of different than most people would be like, we're going to go with the alphabet song, right? But we do know that the alphabet song and the way the alphabet is sort of laid out like that is one of the only places where you see letters actually in that string like that. Every other place where kids will see letters, signs, things on TV, on computers, they're never a string of 26 letters. They're broken up into logos, symbols, words, letters around the room at the eye level. Yup, absolutely. Letters as transitions. Yes, I love all these pictures and objects. Exactly. Again, going back to the idea of making those center language supports. You're building bridges. Here are some images of bridges. Oh, I like this. Words that he uses in his description. Yes, right. Strength that he's already got, that he's shown you here, vocabulary. My friend here has easily 50 words here. And, you know, even though that's a strength of him, like kind of like just going along, maybe slowing him down to be like, you're right, dinosaur. What is that letter that starts that word? Dinosaur. Here it is. Maybe to slow him down to pay attention, to get his focus a little bit more targeted. Print rich environment, absolutely. He's, you know, he's in there. He's definitely looking at what she's pointing to. So I'm sure anything around the room where she can point out, look, just like here, your name, like your friend. I bet he's a social butterfly. So who else in this classroom has letters like your name? Maybe he just doesn't even know what a letter is. So one of the things that I think is really great about him, this little guy really twigs into stories, right? He went on a whole string that made sense of the thing at the beach,
the water,
and then there was a fire truck, and it all made sense together. So maybe she needs to just tell him the story of all these letters. This is the story of B, you know, and maybe that's just the right context for him to be like, got it, okay, you know. So yeah, so this is like, again, 3 or 4 minutes in a classroom, such amount of knowledge to know about this little guy. Yep, his language skills and his capacity to learn is good. That's right. He learned all this without ever stepping in a school. So that's a lot. Thank you. You know, families, they built some kind of learner here for sure. So, yep. So spoiler alert, head to the next slide. This is the recording. This is actual data sheet. So the letter sounds and letter ID, yep, there he is at a straight 0. Could have been to 26. The benchmark, I think, for this measure is 19 or 21 or something like that. So some kids, some kids are right at benchmark, some of them are above it, etc. Approaching is another word that you usually hear in assessments. But yep, my friend is a 0 along with 3 or 4 other little friends. Not particularly surprising. Partly because, again, this is the first 10 days of school. Maybe our little friend here and the other 4 that are in his lane with him haven't been to formal programs, right? And so, again, a letter. What's a letter? She keeps saying that. What is this letter? And I'm not sure what she's talking. She's pointing to it. All right. So this is what it looks like at the beginning of the year for him. It could feel, like I said, very a lot of numbers. This is to me very administrator
Oriented.
Yes. You know, and you even got these colors that, you know, like kind of never putting kids into lanes. Hopefully that's not what's happening. So what do we do with this all in supporting teachers into moving the assessment off of the data sheet? Go ahead. Well, as we just talked about, so here's places where we can address some of those low numbers or some of those data points. Again, not just the zeros, but the ones that are at 21 and 24 and 26 already. We're going to talk about Jaden here. So for that week, the literacy small group, one of them is letter matching with his name. Absolutely. Again, you all put that already in the chat box. Also drawing and labeling family pictures. So what ways could we integrate letter ID into that small group? Any ideas, folks?
Addie,
Mm-hmm.
I have to be honest, I was responding to a text. Will you repeat your question? Because I've been listening to you up until this point.
No, you've heard me before. So one of the small groups is drawing and labeling family pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to think of ways that, because our little friend here doesn't know what a single letter is. How do we help support our little friend, even though the lesson itself really doesn't say out.
So, what you could do, well, you could do a couple things. You could either have them trace it, you know, you could use a highlighter as a teacher, or you could just like have a resource of letters on a sheet and then point to that specific one letter, and then the child could just do his best to format that letter.
Mm-hmm. Or when, you know, again, he's labeling, who is this stick person out? Oh, that's daddy.
Mm-hmm.
That's daddy. What is,
Mm-hmm.
oh, this is that letter. Like,
Yes. That exactly. That's what I had up here with dad.
And, you know, again, that the idea that these are the things that are important to him, daddy, his brother Joe, etc. Chances are that D is going to make a lot more sense than if I said, all right, I'm going to show you a bunch of flashcards so that you could be like D, like drill into your.
Yeah, it's going to have more value for him. Right.
And even like book browsing, you know, again, that's an independent small group. But if I know in my mind, oh, I got 4 or 5 of these little friends who, you know, scored the 0 on the letter ID, I might actually make them a little small group. And the books that I'm going to give them to choose from for book browsing are going to be all about letters. You know, like the Chicka Chicka Boom book, you know, just ones that are just like, here's letters for them to look at. So hopefully the exposure in that will also help support him in recognizing that those even are letters. Okay.
Then if he drew a picture of his dad and he calls it a car, then we know we have a big problem.
Right.
Well, then that goes back
Unless
to some
your
of
father is a
that some of that vocabulary piece of things.
Maybe
Right.
he hears you with Carl.
There.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, exactly. Well, I love how he has, you know, the thing that I know that I coached this teacher. Well, we kind of laughed at it. She's like, you know, he definitely has some ideas of like academic talk because he throws in some numbers in there just to like keep it lively, keep it spicy. And he's like, that's a 7 or a banana. Yeah, I love the confidence of it. Like going, absolutely. Sir, a 7 is a banana. Yep. So next, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Some of you know, similar to what we were talking about earlier in some ways right here. Another opportunity for sort of supporting our young friends beyond the small group certainly would also be in the facilitation that's done during centers. You know, so similar to what we were talking about earlier on mathematizing our centers, thinking about how we might foundational literacy-ize our centers. You know, so it's not a word, I'm making words up, but you know, that's all right. But it's the same idea here. So for example, with our lesson, you know, for example, about taking care of babies that we were looking at earlier. As you are facilitating children's play, you might ask them a question, I'm thinking of a word that starts with the same letter as baby. Baby starts with a B. So what am I, maybe I'm thinking of the word bottle, or,
Bib.
Or bib, exactly. Right. And so being very intentional about the moves you are making as you are facilitating children's play during centers to leverage their enthusiasm, their engagements, and the fun that they're having to bring in some of this practice around these targeted skills based on the data that you've gathered through the variety of assessments that you are running. And thinking about assessments, centers themselves are quite an opportunity for assessing where children are in a less formal kind of a manner than what we just saw with the running through of the letter ID piece of things, right? And so working with teachers on different ways of documenting what children are doing, what children are saying as they play in centers is equally critical, right?
Yeah, and I guess I'm just also reflecting on everything that we've just told you, and what I can imagine you're all going to coach teachers on. Look at all these opportunities in centers. Look at all. I mean, this is a lot to keep in the air for teachers, right? So I'm getting kind of exhausted thinking about this. Just like, and I also want to make sure everyone's got shoes tied and all these different things. It can feel, as much as we're looking at this as like, wow, look at all the opportunity that's here in centers. To be honest, and from what teachers, especially new teachers, tell us, is it's
a few too many opportunities.
Right, exactly. So, and I think when we talk about assessments, I mean, I think on one hand, something like paintings inspired by Unga Bunga. Yes, you have, as we did, there's math opportunities, there's foundational literacy opportunities, along with the conceptual development opportunities, the social emotional. That's the good news. All of these lessons, all of these activities will align not just to one or two standards, but multiple standards. Academic and social emotional. Remember way back in that very beginning of that first day, merging of all of those sticky notes, academic on one side, and social emotional on the other. So, and I know that assessment is something that you all are also trying to consider how to bring that in and make it relevant to your teachers. I guess whatever assessment tool, like ongoing assessment tool that you all develop, like when I think about centers, instead of saying to a teacher, well, yep, you could assess math or this, and this in this center, I might look at the centers that are addressed and settle on 2 or 3 for them to be looking at. Here's caring for babies. 6 different content areas. For this, I might want to look at 3. So that when I see all 20 kids or 18 kids, I'm only focusing on these 3. It's not to say that the others aren't important, but in terms of sort of sticking in for the learning, I'm gonna keep it a little narrower, just for navigability for a teacher. It's sort of, I always talk about it as like the watering hole effect of observation and documentation for teachers. So it's the idea, if you were a zoologist and you're walking through the jungle, you could take note and write down every single thing you see in 5 minutes, and it would be volumes long, right? And then we all know, we've all had shoe boxes filled with sticky notes and photos and things like that, and you're like, how does this all put together? So you could learn a lot of interesting, random variable things, or you could say, you know what, I really want to find out about the animals' habits around raising their young. So I'm going to actually go sit by the watering hole because chances are I will see every group of animal come here and interacting with their young. So instead of walking through the whole jungle and like trying to take everything in, I'm going to go to a one little targeted space and look at 2 or 3 different, specific things.
And on the next slide, which is why I stopped sharing my screen, I wanted to go and find this, but we do have just an example here, and there are all kinds of different ways that this can happen, but an example here of a center observation sheet that teachers have used to record some of the information as to what's going on during this particular piece of the day. Again, just to keep everything organized and accessible. So
that is definitely, again, notes from the field where teachers can kind of feel a little like, little like eyes glazing over when they're trying to think about like, how do I get this information? Again, shifting people's idea of what we mean by formative assessed and data-driven assessment. It can be like, I'm not sure what's happening. So go ahead.
I'm sorry. What I was gonna just kind of give you a picture, and I'm sure it's the same there in Boston. So we have many schools who like to give grades, so we don't promote them.
Great. I like the way that came out. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But they, for whatever reason, they want some sort of, I guess, documentation that they're learning, right? So, I mean, I know what I would do in the classroom, and I feel like our whole staff would do in the classroom. But how we get that, how do you get that across to your staff and administrators? Because we do focus on the standards, and if you do all of this stuff, then you'll see growth in standards, and then you will see growth in those assessments that Jill mentioned, the Brigance and the MCAS. But those, I'll let you talk to that.
No, I mean, I agree with you. This is an ongoing thing for us as well. I mean, it's sort of similar to, so maybe one thing to do is to maybe do literally one content area or one specific or 2 or 3 skills, rhyming and letter ID, because number one, you have the assessment that you could take from the scope and sequence, right? And follow that along. So as like a professional learning community, problem of practice, and then sort of take it apart. And then the next cycle, you might look at a math standard across, or a science or a STEM standard, so that it isn't like all 6 or 7 or 8 content areas at once. Because to tell you the truth, all standards kind of once you build the habit, then they're more facile at going through all of the standards. So maybe if you did something like that, might make it more, I guess, digestible for teachers to be able to do, build that capacity. And also, to be honest, for me, or one of my strengths as a coach is helping teachers organize a system that works for them. And I emphasize the one that works for them, because I'm like humorous. I'm like, I would have color-coded pencils and cups and folders and things like that out, but that doesn't work for everybody as much as I would like to think. It makes perfect sense. That's why you do red for this and green for that. But a lot of that is unpacking and figuring out the way to make it work for them. I mean, I don't know, David, we ever walked into a teacher's room and they're like, can you show me like what you use for data assessment? And they pull out like what looks like a garbage can. I think of Lois.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is this? And
Well, right.
I'm like, so where is Joe in math? And she will dig in that garbage and be
Yeah.
like, here he is.
Yeah.
3. And I'm like, wow.
The data is only useful if you have it in some sort of organized fashion where you can, right, where you can sit down and reflect on it and work through it. Right. But yes, as Abby's saying, something that on the face of it might look totally chaotic, might make perfectly good sense for somebody. It's just different strokes for different folks. in some ways.
Yeah, but considering how do you build that as a habit for a teacher? And again, how do you make it visible and accountable for teachers to do? Is a bit, again, that's a $50 million question. And, again, I think that's a great problem of practice for coaching group to try to take apart and do that. And a lot of times, a lot of that is gathering best practices, everything from the lowest system to my system as like a menu for teachers to choose from.
But also thinking intentionally about how to sort of facilitate, when given the opportunity, to facilitate planning times with teachers as well, to help them in thinking through, the reflecting on and the next steps part of things as part of the coaching, sort of apparatus, right? Beyond just in the classroom and the observations and the debriefs, but being part of that planning conversation and the data analysis conversation as well with the teachers is very important.
So I actually want to ask a question about those grades. So are those left to the teachers so when they give a child a G, I don't know, I'm just gonna pick a random letter. A G or a T or something like that. Is there like a formula that they fill out? They have 4 pieces of evidence that
a rubric perhaps?
Or something like that the kid, like, to me that sounds like, wow, that is a lot of assessing or a lot of churning. Is it like that?
Well, it must vary from district to district.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah.
How do they set the letter grade?
Go ahead,
Jill,
Martha.
go ahead. No, you go, Jill. This is.
This you?
I didn't mean to start something.
No,
it's varied from district to district, but sometimes we'll find, and this is the saddest case. So sometimes we'll find that principals want grades, and so teachers feel like they need to create a test to make up a grade. And so we're like, no, let's not do that. But they're like, but my principal tells me I have to do this. And they just don't have, the teachers may not have the strategies that they need to be able to devise a way to come up with maybe a percentage of standards that they should be accomplishing that particular unit or that week or something. And so that's where we start, and we try to help teachers think about. And then the question is, how do I know which standards I'm covering which week?
Right, welcome to our world. Yeah.
So that's, it just now that's the worst case scenario. And then there's these other teachers that are like, my principal wants grades. I know it's not developmentally appropriate, but I have this way, but I don't want to do it this way with the test, but I want to be able to derive something. Help me figure out a way to derive a grade out of this that's developmentally appropriate. That's best case scenario. But we run and anywhere in between.
Wow. So, just like we talked about how when we originally looked at preschool, the sort of landscape of preschool, and seeing like some teachers over here are doing apples in September, some are doing circus, and how we're like, that's problem, that can seem problematic or challenging. We can also see here how the this, and everything in between is also, right? So it's like a little friend in this district is getting a 3, which translates to the other district's B. Do you know what I mean? And so like, sounds, yeah. So I can, again, I bring this up as like, this is another, if you're all thinking of hopefully continuing to have all together coach meetings or coaching teams, data, supporting teachers with a lot of these data questions is really a big piece of it, to be honest. I remember, big part of my coaching are data meetings with teachers and with principals also. I'll be totally frank about that. You're right. And because part of the mindset shift around data is just as much working with the administration, the leaders around what we mean by, what that looks like in preschool.
And don't forget that you then also need to somehow communicate all of this to parents and families,
Oh, for sure.
so that they
What's
so
a
that
G?
so that they understand what this means and what appropriate expectations are and what those should look like.
Or be like, honey, he got a kangaroo in science.
Job did.
Yes, okay, sweetie. But yeah, so these are all the things to consider around data assessment.
Abby, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Is this unit 4 observation notes, is this something that's mandatory that teachers have to complete?
No, not at all. It's a tool that it's not actually on our website at the moment, but this is just a tool that is available for teachers to use if they find it to be helpful. Again, in terms of taking observational notes as to what children are doing during centers. But it's certainly not mandatory or required that teachers use this. But we do recommend that the teachers somehow, keep record of how children are engaging during centers, whether it's through this form or something of their own creation. But largely speaking, beyond this form, though, the importance of keeping track of what kids are doing during centers is certainly of value.
All right. I mean, I think again, I'm sure this might be true in your districts as well. Like during the pandemic, I keep thinking like they're so young. Some of our teachers, they got all these apps and like, it's like going. So this is like for the teacher who still understands how to use papers,
a clipboard, and a piece of paper.
Scotch tape.
It's quite old fashioned, yes.
Right, but I walk into half of my class, or more than half of my classrooms, and everything is like. I'm like, wow. I'm like, I remember taking Polaroids in the classroom. They're like, nah, there's an app for that. We got all kinds of cameras set up all over the place. I'm like, amazing. So yeah. Okay, so again, if we built the habit of being curious, asking questions, taking good observational notes that are aligned to the goals and the standards. Next slide. So when we talked about, okay, you got this little friend coming into this week and he's got straight zeros for letter ID, etc. We've just taken apart looking ahead to, I can put letter ID into centers. I can also do it in the small groups, etc. I can do it during the transitions. If we were that intentional and that organized around our little friend there, after 1 week of doing that kind of data-driven instruction, what we have is from this one single data point, letter ID 0. Look at all the multiple instructional decisions that we can make, next steps. We have a meaningful context for that baseline raw score. That's right. That is not just a 0. That is Jalen on the piece of paper and all the richness that's attached but not reflected in a 0. We have more now. And we also obviously have a fuller sense of who he is as a learner. So if we've made this mind shift in this way of approaching data and assessment, after 6 units of focus, what do we think the spring data is going to look like?
Okay, cliffhanger.
Boom.
There it is.
And again, this is an actual data sheet from that original Fred. So not just Jalen, but actually all of our kids are within or above range in every measure. If some of the ones that are remaining here as a 0, again, we probably unpack the specific classroom. Some of those might not have been there on that assessment day or et cetera, but we get a lot more of a progression than if we sort of let the story end with not a single letter identified in that first 10 days of school with our little friend Jalen, So yay, the potential for data-driven instruction when we can look at it in this sort of broader way. Yeah.
We're gonna shift gears a little bit, actually.
We're gonna wind back from spring, all the way back.
We're gonna go back to the beginning of the year for a little
all
while.
this sounds great. I mean, again, I feel so exhausted at like, because, you know, for all of this to be going on in a classroom, this is a lot of energy output, but it's so great. It's like that good, productive, tired that you feel at the end of the day. But that is a lot. And I'm sure you know, again, it all will look good, feel good, you know, smell good. I don't know.
All of it.
Be really great teaching and learning, but you gotta be like, okay, but where do we start on September 7th?
Exactly.
Type of thing. And you know, we've gotten emails from Marissa and team about, that. So we definitely want to have a good chunk of the time this afternoon to start taking this apart all the way soup to nuts. How are we going to do this? Are we going to do, I mean, to be honest, we could probably do a 2-day PD just on the first 3 weeks of school for a lot of our teachers. So, but I don't know if you got the time to do two
Probably
full
not.
days. It's probably not even enough for teachers, but go ahead, Dave. So we have Set Up for Success on our website,
Right.
which are suggestions and strategies for the first 3 weeks of school. It is missing something in that there aren't explicit lesson plans.
Yes.
And this teachers get, what? Where's the manual opening on Monday? Why do we? It's not that.
Yeah, there is a reason for that. Several reasons for that. I mean, one primary reason is that we want this, sort of a first 3 weeks of school to be as responsive as possible to kind of what's going on for individual folks in individual classrooms. And the needs of one classroom are going to be, different from the needs of another classroom. So providing some flexibility there as opposed to a rote, series of lessons for people to walk through, we felt might be the right way to go about this.
Well, in reality, as much as our teachers in PD want to say, okay, we're going to give you a chunk of planning time, and they will want to plan out, again, probably that's why we could go 2 days for a Set Up for Success PD, because they want to plan it down to the minute, every minute of those first 3 weeks. And inevitably, I'm like, I think you might want to just go for the first 3 days. And, or they always want to start with the schedule, right? And, again, I'm like, all right, well, I can make a schedule, or we can make a schedule here that's pretty typical, or I'm thinking about last year, or my best class. This was the schedule that was our schedule. And, all best laid plans, and the 3 and 4-year-olds show up and be like, snack at 10 o'clock. No, we wanted it half an hour ago. And like, oh my God. So a little bit of that humility and humbleness of being like, yeah, I'm just going to write this schedule in pencil. Because there's going to be.
Yes, going to erase it and
so this
scratch
is
it
not
out
the time to be writing things in marker and laminating, because that's probably not going to happen. Go ahead, Dave. What were you going to say about this?
No, that was pretty much it here.
So in addition to those videos that are on the website, the videos on the website are essentially videos of the content of this document. So the way it's generally organized in this document is that there are each week 1 focuses on an expectation for the kids to sort of take apart. Week 2 is another expectation. Week 3 is a third one.
Yes.
So week
right
1
here.
is we are safe. Week 2 is
Classroom agreements and expectations here. Yes.
We are respectful. We will be respectful. And week 3 is we will be learners. So again, this is another thing where teachers immediately will tell us like, wait, what? There's 1 a week, and there's only 3 after the first 3 weeks. And we're like, yeah, pretty much, because this pretty much covers it all, right? And again, when you sit kids down, first 2 days of school, first day of school, these are the rules. And it's like coming down from the mountain, and it's like, scrolls of them. Our little friends are, again, I'm looking around this classroom doing all the things, and it's like going, what did you just say? Right. So it's definitely more manageable to be dealing with one thing at a time, or one big idea at a time. We are safe. For little friends, no one's going to hurt you on the inside. No one's going to hurt you on the outside. Pretty much that's name calling, spitting, kicking, punching, screaming, not going to people's birthday parties, all the way around. Okay, there you go. Visuals, really important for our little friends. Again, our English language learners, our language challenged friends. Any kid can tell you what the circle with the slash through it is, and they can pretty much tell you that, yeah. So therefore, the circle that's green means yes, let's do that. These are very different than rules. I mean, we don't call them rules, we call them agreements and expectations, because rules do feel very, well, again, going back to that high stakes assessment, it sort of feels like, oops, I spilled the milk, that's it. I'm no longer kangaroo level of the classroom. So
it's also a very sort of a top-down kind of a thing, the teacher telling the children, as opposed to the children, creating a classroom climate, creating a classroom environment where children have have some say with the teacher, have some buy-in, and everybody is constructing that classroom environment together. Children are participating in the construction and development of that classroom environment and climate with the teacher.
So week 2 is around community building, and sort of the expectation there again is around respect for each. We respect. For me, what does it mean to be respectful? It means that we take care of the people and the things in our classroom. Great. That means that's everything from no spilling paint to no cutting your friend's hair to all.
Unless your friend says yes.
Sure, and they want you to color it. Yes, then it's all the way around. But yeah, so there's sort of that piece of it. There's a number of different rituals and sort of traditions that we think are really great for little friends to clap for classrooms to do. Because again, this is community. Nothing says community more than matching bowling shirts, or a shared language that we all have together. And rituals are important, right? Even if it's something as simple as like wear your hat backwards day or something like that. Ugly tie day. And then, yep. Oh, so we want to talk about.
We get to week 3, which will be, going back to when we were talking about our Let's Find Out About It. We said that 3 days a week for Let's Find Out About It, 2 days for social emotional lessons happening during that time of the day. And mentioned earlier that there's a section set up for success around problem stories that can be utilized for those social emotional lessons with children.
Yeah, so this is a little different. It's not a formal part of the curriculum, but it is something that we offer to teachers as a way to deal or to for kids to engage with challenging situations. So things that are, it's important to not think of it as this is just a social emotional issue, right? It also helps support the academic. So we know that a lot of our schools have social emotional curricula that they implement, like Second Step, Open Circle. I don't know, there's some other ones that we've seen out and about.
Off the top of my head, I don't know. Those are just the only ones that are coming to mind. Yes. Sorry.
So problem stories is actually very similar to thinking and feedback. And we do find that this works really well, especially even with really young children, like young grades. So the idea of it is that teachers create, they tape it onto blocks. They're called, essentially the block kids on the block. And they are close to the kids in the classroom. They're not, for example, if there's Joe in the classroom and he's got an older brother and he's learning how to tie his shoes. You make a block kid on the block, that's
Jeff.
Jeff, yes, exactly. And he has a young, so his background, his sort of family experience is similar to Joe, but not Joe. And the reason why we use that is because they need to be able to say, hey, that's kind of like me, without it being like, that's me, you, Joe. And what the teachers do is they go through this little protocol similar to thinking and feedback, where first they introduce the kids on the block and be like, hey friends, this is introduce you to some of these new friends. This is Joe and Isabel. Talk about them. He's 4, she's learning how to ride a bike. Yeah, so they're playing in the block area one day. They have a problem. They fight, they actually act out the snatching of the red truck, et cetera, et cetera. And the teacher then stops the story to be like, and says to the children, oh dear, what's the problem here? So the kids can say, Jay's doing this, Isabel's doing that. You're right. Those all do sound like a problem for Joe and Isabel, Jay and Isabel. And so what do you think they should do? And so then the kids offer their solutions. And the important part there is we accept the whole range. Isabel should go sit in another room. Jay should pay her $10, or they should, whatever they come up with, all valid. All right, let's try some of those out. So teacher might try out a couple of those and may end up to be a happy ending, or something may not work and they try again. But kids do this on those alternate days, or I guess of the let's find out about it. But at the same time, I guess I don't want to say you just do it on Tuesday and Thursday. Mm-hmm. You might need it on Monday through Friday, etc. Might not need it twice a week that week. Everybody's cooking on all cylinders. Great. So it's more important, again, the practice. But one of the reasons why we do like this idea, or that this idea of the kids on the block works for kids, is, again, one, they're photographs of children, so they look like them. If you know some other social emotional kinds of programs, a lot of times they use puppets, and a lot of times kids don't make the connection that thing that they're doing is applying to me, right? So they'll be like, well, that's the way squirrels are. Of course they're gonna not share. Or tigers or something
Squirrels
like that.
Are the worst.
Yeah, worst.
Man.
Or the impulsive puppy. I really love that impulsive puppy, but I'm just like going, they're like, right, well, puppies are like that. Of course they are. And you're like, okay, but you all can't be like, what are you doing over there in the block area? They're like, but that's what puppies do, So having the real kids is actually something that helps them click into it a lot more realistically. So that then the next day, when actual Joe and, Esmeralda are having the fight in the block area, you'd be like, you know what? This reminds me of Joe and Isabel. Remember, you all thought of some solutions? Why don't you guys try that? And we do find that the kids are like, yes, let's try that. Because number one, they were able to problem solve when they weren't emotional. Right? So it's like when you tear them apart after they're like, oh, give me that black truck. It's hard for them to focus and actually think of good solutions. They usually say, just throw her out of this classroom, and you're going to be like,
put her in the closet.
Actually, make her disappear, But when they're doing it in the context of a problem story, they can have a philosophical and also, calm, rational discussion about solutions. And, again, they come up with some really great ideas. And, I would physically make a tool or something, or write down what it is that they would say. And I would make a toolbox, literally a toolbox, that they would then keep stocking their solutions that they figure out in their problem stories. Including, I have to say, one of the most brilliant ones that they ever came up with was, how, they say, oh, they might say that kid should say sorry. And, it's never satisfying. They always go sorry. And they came up with the idea of using a honey voice, which really captures the tone of your voice as honey, like, would you please get off of my green scarf, versus like, please get off of my scarf, and so for our tool of using that, we used an empty honey bear that we kept in the toolbox. So when they wanted to be like, so I need to solve this problem, they would bring over that little bear and be like, you need to use a honey voice. And it just made it a lot more because the kids were like, oh, I know how to do a honey voice, I'll do it. So that's a lot of the things that are in this setup for success. Again, it's mostly a collection of ideas that seem to work really well in classrooms. There's a number of teachers, a whole string of teachers that are thanked at the top of it. But yeah, I mean, this might be, so a lot of things that we talked about, the calendar is in here, the visuals, etc.
The entire day is in here.
Yeah, there are sample, I'm going to emphasize that, sample schedules that are in here, because again, we don't want teachers to sort of take this whole cloth and be like, well, wait a minute, 10 o'clock on Tuesday doesn't work for my, let's find out about it, and feel crushed. We're like, right, okay, well, let's figure out something else. So
You want to source some pillows and things from Mississippi?
Yeah, well, we're going to go to the next slide and get to that.
All right. Let's
oh, somebody needs some pillows. So does that?
Well, somebody.
Oh,
they don't,
yes,
they
I
don't,
would use my own children. Yes, absolutely. Your children. The children that live at your house. Children. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My son Tobin. He would. So I taught at the same school where my son also went, and so I would be just throwing him under the bus left and right.
Yeah.
When Tobin was 5 years old in kindergarten, and all and a lot of times, I'd say 60% of it wasn't really true. It was more that it fit the situation here. Tobin put the white paint down the drain, and you know what happened? And so they had this whole narrative of my son Tobin. Like,
did Tobin ever actually visit your class in person?
Because, oh, well, they'd see him in the hallway, and he was sort of like regarded with both like fear and awe. That's the kid.
He's the one who does all this stuff.
Apparently, he's like, things have been set on fire. He cut everybody's hair, all this kind of stuff, and he'd be like, Mom, like,
quite a reputation.
I say hi to you, but like your kids always look at me like so weird. I'm like, oh, that's the way they are in kindergarten.
That's the best part about being a teacher.
Yeah, you can lie.
And look, you can totally lie. And they don't even know.
Yeah.
That's right. Your children can never do anything without them.
And it's good therapy for you. Like mine says, now we would have this code.
It's so bad.
We call that a win-win-win situation.
Total win.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Oh, I see this Deion Sanders. Okay. Yeah. Right. So I think that the idea is like, I can see, so again, like those kids on the block, again, they identify with those kids on the block because it is close enough to who they are. So when those kids come up with good solutions, they have a much higher
transference kind of a rate.
Feeling.
Yeah.
That's right. I am like Joe. I am Joe. Wait. So another big piece that's going to be happening in this first 3 weeks of school, and also, believe me, in the summer, maybe even now, is thinking about the classroom environment, right? So this is a huge piece because number one, it is the first thing kids see or notice when they first come into the classroom, and it really does set the tone for what is going to happen in this space, friends. So and you'll be able to read about it in the setup for success, but for sure we emphasize, again, I always think of it like, in this classroom is going to be home for 180 days, how many hours that is. So you got to apply some of the same principles to how you set up your classroom. I mean, again, well, this is true about my son Tobin, but I remember when we took him to get a haircut, and he normally would go to the barber down around the corner, and Pete the barber had had like literally one of those little chairs, little mirror, little like whatever scarf, and for whatever reason that day we couldn't get an appointment, so we went to this place what are those things called where you get your kid's haircut, like crazy cuts or
Snippets.
And that was whoa, I need to
Sensory
lay
overload.
down
Yeah. Right.
after going in there, because there were things shooting at his hair, and it was like there were
Videos.
raccoons blow drying, and it was just, and then he got to pick like something out of like a box or something like this afterwards. I'm like, man, and he got an ice cream and a pony and all these kinds of things. And I was like, that was for a haircut? I just like, this is too many things. And so, scaling back, remember, there's one of those research articles about over decorating a classroom does actually lower learning. So we like the idea of having an environment that both is quite, communicates purposefulness, intentionality, softness, home-like kind of features. We also want these environments to speak to the children. What is the message here about your role as a child, our role here as the adults around you? What is the role of all the materials? And again, this is in the Setup for Success guide, but something that a lot of my teachers use as an organizational, but then also this idea of the implicit messages, is this pattern system. So generally, each kid gets a different pattern that's sort of theirs for the entire year. And then it's just used everywhere in the room that has to do with that child. So for example, those cushions that are over there on the right-hand side of the slide, each kid has like a little, and you can see it in Adam's room over there. That's where they know where to sit with their pattern when they go take a nap. I've now cut my teacher talk time by 60%, because all I say is, okay, go find your pattern. And they know immediately that's where I go, or that's where Joe goes. Or, again, oh, look, I'm sitting next, this is, and if I wanted to actually separate Joe and Isabel, so I could go into a whole longer conversation about, well, you know what, sometimes you guys don't pay attention. I know that's really great. And, you can play together after school or on the playground. I can just say, sit where our pillows are.
You sit on
Please
your
have a
pattern.
seat. There you go. And they seem to like, they're like, well, right. Okay. So to get the spicy one who like smooths them all, like shuffles them around. So I think I definitely need to have a little pause here, but a little conversation here about what are your all, again, doabilities and challenges you all are anticipating for this first 3 weeks run up.
And we can just popcorn some things out, I think, for this piece of things.
It's going to be a real challenge for teachers to not start teaching Unit 1 day 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a shift, right, for folks? Definitely. Okay.
I think if we can help them understand it, it's an investment, that you're being very intentional and methodical about teaching them the way the classroom runs, then that makes it simpler for the rest of the year. You've already invested that time on the front end.
Yeah. That's a nice way of looking at it, as an investment that will pay off further down the road. That's great. Yeah.
And what I'd like to see too is, because you always will have some of the children who are those higher learners who pick up on it the first time. Well, they can then become the teacher in the classroom, and the teacher can now go put her focus in on somebody else. So if Bobby doesn't know what to do and he doesn't know what his pattern is, well, by golly gee, Sally does. Sally,
well, they all will know by like the first 3 days. Yep. They not only know theirs, they know everybody else's before
yep.
like 2 weeks later, I'm like, still, who's this? They're like,
yeah.
Are you sure? They're like, yep. But, this is also to say, it's, those first 3 weeks is not devoid of curriculum units, right? I mean, part of the reason why when you train your teachers in the summer, you're familiarizing them, again, not necessarily with what happens in Unit 1, but sort of the quality elements, because teachers will then use these 3 weeks using that same structure as the curriculum to teach the curriculum. So for example, centers. It's not that centers aren't going on that
Right.
first day, but maybe the centers is about, for example, our kids have to go to a cafeteria and they have to punch in a lunch code, like right away from 4 years old into like this little thing. And so the dramatic play is the cafeteria. So, and we make like a pretend thing where they get their tray. And so if I want to teach them sort of the expectations or how to get about to operate in the cafeteria when I'm not there, then that's what we're going to do 2 full centers of that.
Yeah,
Day one.
same thing with small groups, right? We're still going to be running small groups during these weeks, but the small groups might be oriented around guided practice around how to use materials in the classroom appropriately. You know, whether it's learning how to take the cap off of the marker, put the cap on the back of the marker,
I will
and then
invest in that 100%.
click,
This is
you
how
know,
we do the markers.
click that cap back on the marker when you're done. You know, that's going to be the content of your small group time. You know, similar things such as that.
I
You
mean,
know,
when you think about everything that they have to, our little friends have to learn how to just get through 8 o'clock to noon, there is, and I always appreciate this when I have the second semester student teacher, because I'm like, if I explain to her, or if you have a sub, this is what happens between 8 and 9. Yep, then they put their code here, and then they do this, then they get their work folder. And you know what? If they wanted to do that, they could, but then they could also do this. It's like, my gosh, that is a lot for our little friends to like learn. And you gotta, in order for it to work really smoothly, you gotta take that time to, right? It's the best way to think about it is an investment, right? You gotta lay that foundation in there. And again, thinking about what your read alouds might be. Right, using some of that same structure of the multiple reads of reconstructing, acting out, chiming in. I'm sure if we sat here for just said go, you all would probably have 10 books off the top of your head that address beginning of school, or again, even more specifically, what preschool books have to do with being safe? If you want to do We Are Safe that first week, right? We would have a volume. There's your content for week 1, etc. So it's absolutely not void of content or curriculum. Other sort of doable things or challenges. I mean, what about in terms of materials? Are you all very well stocked, or shifting a classroom to something like this?
So actually our cohort 4, they just were awarded, well, 5 of them were just awarded their grants. And so they are in the process of purchasing materials, and Marissa just got finished as of today, a materials list for everything that those teachers need, that we're going to email out to all those cohort 4 collaboratives. And so they'll have everything they'll have a list of everything that they should need. So I don't have any pause of concern for that at this point. So I think, yes, they should have everything.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, no, that's no small thing. I mean, when we went into UPK preschool expansion, even in our district classrooms, I mean, we definitely still see the range. Like I remember we were working with a program where, all right, they had rows. They for pre-K, they had kids sitting at desks. And I remember where we had a kindergarten where everything was around the perimeter of the classroom. So that it was sort of like, yeah, we have centers, here they are all around, but then the desks were in the middle. So yeah, there's definitely a whole range that's in there.
Oh, we have that too.
Oh yeah. Again, I'm happy to send y'all the pattern for these pillows.
We've started making those patterns for PD. So we've got one of our staff members has a stash of fabric, and so we already had Well, I'd show them to you, but my background won't let me show them to you.
Yes, no, I'm telling you, this is a really good system.
That's
And
great.
also, I hopefully, it's also part of my secret ploy to try to bring home ec back in high schools. If I could sell this to the high schools to be like,
Right.
you know, it's really great. If y'all learn how to sew.
Everyone needs to, yeah.
I was not happy with a local store. They would not share with the teachers. I was like, but they're teachers.
Joanne Fabrics let you down?
It wasn't there. I'll have to try it there. But so like whenever we're doing this, I try to make connections to how it was in the classroom or when I left. And I did numbers, and then we had the number system. We didn't have patterns. And that organization of just having that one kid having that one particular thing to them made the life of the day just go so much easier, because I could tell quickly who was absent. I could tell because their pattern, their number was on the floor, it was on their cubby, it was on things that shouldn't have been on that we don't promote, like worksheets, but
well, I mean, there's a good bit of crowd control you need in a classroom, right?
It
is.
That
can cut down, like I said, let me give you the long, big explanation versus let's go find our pillows kind of thing. It's sort of again, it frees me now to do.
Well, it streamlines things. Yes, it makes things more efficient in a lot of ways. Yeah.
So we're excited about sharing that. That's one of the things that we're really excited. And then we're really excited about sharing the other part of not having a lesson plan for these first 3 weeks. Lydia and I, we were brainstorming, and we want them to see how the rooms are going to be different, how her class is different than mine, and how important it is to look at all the dynamics of the makeup of your class, because Lydia could have half of her class be 3-year-olds coming in due to their birthday, and then mine is almost 5. So it's going to be totally different how you set up your classroom.
But the principals are probably organized very similarly, right? You want to keep active agents even at 5, at 2.9. Right. And sort of like thinking of like this pattern system, I taught a school where the whole school ran like this. And so kids, I mean, not only knew their own, but they also knew like, hey, that's my brother's, or, so it created like this reality, or like, again, this is the bowling shirt. This idea is like, I immediately know both my individuality as well as my, my community sort of aspect. So yeah, it's very, and it just makes the room a lot softer. And, there's some great pre-literacy skills here. The one thing that I would say that makes what made the patterns really helpful is that they maintain their patternness, whether it was a small swatch. So if you cut like this bit, you could see this on like a little calendar versus a big pillow, and it still looks like your same pattern. You know what I mean? So it was definitely supportive of second language learners and language process.
You're still doing those math. I mean, all kinds.
There's so much. You could do a whole thing here of, again, same and different. So how many patterns in the classroom have stars? How many are pointy? How many are blue with, how is mine like Dave's? Well, the secret to this other pattern system here is they're all one color contrasted with white, so that they're not, everybody has white in their pattern, but everybody has a different contrasting color.
Do you have a picture of that? Do you have the picture of the pillow with all of the patterns together on it?
I don't, but a really great teacher can use it so that they can, you can make a class quilt. You could use it. I know I had a teacher that made sort of a classroom wreath that sort of hung in, sort of as the welcome. So they knew they come through here. There's a teacher who can cut them into little triangles, Doug, to make flags that then hung from the classroom window. So possibilities are endless, and there's all these different ideas in the setup for success that really, once teachers get this, again, the fact that it's a pretty hardy system for mostly because the kids can manage it. It just makes everything so much simpler. or frees the teacher now to do a lot of different good hearted.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Abby, can you tell us what is going on with that basket and the picture on the left with the patterns on it?
Oh yeah, so this teacher, this very crafty, he did kind of a memory game. So he put the patterns on, you know, so that they would turn it over and find matches. And they could find matches or similarities. So you might have a kid that gets this is the same, or you might have a kid that has a little bit more of a, I guess, wider. Be like, well, these all match because they're all green, and there's like 3 or 4 of them, versus 1-to-1 match. You could use them for graphing, kind of thing, stack them up. But yeah, multiple ways.
Thank you. Is that a real classroom from your real school at your?
Real honest to goodness classroom, yes.
Adam's classroom for sure. Yep. You know, and the just
Wow.
the feels like I could spend a lot of time in here learning how to do stuff, and it feels like I'm at home.
No,
Yep.
it almost looks like a stock photo.
Oh no, that's
How
how
nice it is.
it is. Yeah. And again, it's very another sort of piece of it that I feel like is really, again, a lot of teachers need support in this is scaling back.
Less
You
is
know?
more.
Oh yes, like again,
Right.
it's like the snippets place versus the barber shop. If it's so many things coming at you and lights and things like that, you know, that had a very different quality when he would go get his hair cut with Pete. Pete would, because there wasn't a lot of stuff around, they would have a conversation. So he definitely had what's that word again? Relationship, very different relationship with Pete the barber than nameless frog person at the snippets who like, I don't know, something happened. So yeah.
And it looks like that because the children have not arrived yet.
They have not. That's right. That's why you got to curate it, because you don't want that whole place like sort of stuffed with stuff that's like, oh my God, I'm tripping over.
And yeah, that helps me remember that one of the things that I think we will really want to emphasize the setup for success is to remind teachers we don't put everything out at centers on the first week of school.
Sure. No, that's a
We
recipe
can't
for
do that.
That could like be in half in people's
Right.
mouths and half out the window by like 9 o'clock. No.
Yes.
Right.
Under wraps.
Like
Yeah.
there should be 1 or 2 things in those centers, and that's it.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
And also, they don't need to cover their walls with everything they
No.
own.
It's gonna be
Because-
overstimulated.
Right. Your eyes need a chance to rest. That blank space is ideal just to give your eyes just a minute to rest before moving on to something else. And I will say, we were talking about, I think, a quilt. I was in a classroom a couple of weeks ago, and they had a friendship quilt where the children drew self-portraits of themselves and a friend, and they put it together like a quilt up on the wall. And I just thought it was adorable.
Yeah.
And the
No,
children.
It's a good point. You know, one of the things that, you know, sort of I found compelling, you know, when I was back in the classroom was, you know, like you said, not having a million things on the walls, but also, you know, collaborating with the children to help the children kind of just, you know, allow the children to sort of decide what should go on the walls, you know, and what should be displayed, and you know, what the walls should look like. You know,
I love
it's,
this idea of like letting your eyes rest. You know, again, there's a great article under the research articles that are on the website about overly decorated classrooms, lowering learning, and actually also overstimulating kids who might have sort of attention challenges. Because if your eye has to take in this, and this, just even the physical activity of like fast twitch kinds of looking pumps up your that cortisol up in your stress up in your brain, right? And then the other part of it too is if I walk into a space and every single inch of this room has been covered,
there's no space for you,
me?
right?
Where do I see myself up in that space? And so if the if the space is constructed with kids, you know what we could use here? A sign to let people know how to drink from the water fountain. Anybody want to help me make that sign? Okay. And again, because you've shown them sort of the green symbols and things like that, then they kind of know, they can kind of feel like, I can make a rudimentary sign with you, teacher. And, you know, I can read that sign to my friends because I'm the one who wrote it, right? So there's a lot to be said about the resting of the roast, I think, of letting classrooms be a lot more bare than what a lot of people would associate with preschool classrooms.
And the idea that the classroom can be a work in progress, you know, and not a you know, quote unquote finished sort of endpoint product at any point in time. I mean, the classroom should always be evolving, should always be changing, should always be dynamic, and, you know, and responsive. You know, the environment of the classroom should be responsive to the needs of the children inside of it.
Oh, yeah, again, I'm seeing in the chat box here too about the quilt idea. Absolutely. You know, when I would send home the kids sort of work between vacations, you know, like winter break, I would take the grocery bag and I would just tie a little ribbon on it so that they would know, kids would know which one was their families would know which one was theirs to take home. You know, you could, I mean, if I were even more of a sewer, I might sew, like, for example, when they go on a field trip, again, something that says like not their name tag, but they know that's their shirt, that's theirs. Count them all up in the end, be like, where's this other pattern? Little friend. Yeah. So yeah, it is definitely something that, again, I'm sure if you guys had just a big brainstorming session and thinking of all the different ways that you could use this pattern system to organize and also to communicate those implicit messages. You know, and again, the new generation of teachers who all know how to manipulate technology, you can put all of these patterns into your photos, your iPhotos, and then use them into different templates so that you could make, you know, a template of a t-shirt where the kids, you just pop in their pattern in that, and then they print them all out. It's crazy. Yep. You know, all the different ways that they can use all these great new technology skills. So the other piece that we were going to talk about, but actually we just want to sort of start the conversation again as possibly something that you all will take apart as a problem of practice in your coaching and calibrating, is, so in our department or our district, we call it culturally linguistically sustaining practices, and that's really tied to our family engagement as well. You see, we have a blank slide here.
There it is.
Mostly,
Co-construct this.
Yes, mostly because, again, it's a work in progress. Our definition of what it is, you know, tie together, you know, terms like equity and equality, integration, inclusivity, etc. There's so many images, grids, all these different things, intersections that could be put up here. But, and we would want to give this sort of the time that it really needs to be taken apart, because this is multi-layered. I mean, it's both, you know, the difference between multiculturalism, inclusion, what do the words diversity mean to folks? You know, some of the hard issues that we're dealing with in our district is that a lot of our teaching force doesn't look like the kids that they're teaching or the families that they're serving. There are great inequities from neighborhood to neighborhood. You know, even in terms of access to the curriculum, right? So when we've been remote, there have been families who've been able to have learning pods and families who can't log on for months and months. So we would encourage you all to really make space in your training, again, in terms of that mindset shift. We know from our own experience that this is another lever that needs some uncomfortable conversations, supportive conversations, but definitely providing space for teachers to have some of those issues taken apart. we're really thinking about. Do you all have a department or another group that will support you in some of these issues?
So
My
we have,
official title is the Family Engagement Transition Coordinator. And we have trainings that we've already done, but are making plans to figure out how we're going to address family engagement with our rollout, and how we're going to train our administrators, teachers, and families on the new curriculum. But we have, I think in our trainings, we do talk about, we lightly discuss equity, diversity. We do have official State Department definitions on equity, family, and what family engagement is. We've trained about 2,000 educators and providers on our family engagement framework and toolkit. And this will, really doing this curriculum will really help us further implement that framework and toolkit, and really strengthen our efforts. So this is going to really be a great puzzle piece to the family engagement work that we've already been doing.
I mean, both really inform each other, right? The curriculum should be informed by our families and our communities. Our communities should have the information about the curriculum. Absolutely. So it's a, like I said, we certainly see it for the challenge and opportunity that it is, but also, again, recognizing these are some really chaotic kinds of times. These are really complicated issues, and that there isn't a one size fits all for what all this means on a classroom daily lived experience.
But I do really like that you
go ahead.
mentioned diversity, and really that got my mind thinking about the different issues that we will experience within our state. Our state has so many different regions that are, they're really not alike. So how can we address families in North Mississippi? They're different families, different from families and their experiences on the coast. Or even in Central Mississippi. So thinking about those things as we plan our family engagement as it relates to the curriculum. Yeah, thanks for that.
And keeping in mind that the curriculum is designed to be responsive to, that variety of situations and circumstances, not at all designed to be a rigid one size fits all kind of a piece here. So feeling on your end, again, going back to that word flexibility with some of this is absolutely critical. So
yeah, and it's definitely like I said, it can be kind of emotional for folks, and again, as a coach, it is something to help support, teach, and again, thinking about diversity, not just racially and culturally, but also in terms of like experience, life situations, right? I always think like, wow, really, young teachers versus someone who's been teaching 5th grade for 20 years, and now they're coming down to K1, to preschool. It's a whole, again, art and science and nuance to serving such a range of folks. So we are, I think, correct in our timing this time. And like we did before, we're going to pop in the chat box the reflection form. We're going to have another meeting time, I think, next month. So just as you did before, please be as detailed and frank and transparent in your feedback that'll help us with our next training. Yes, display area should be, yes, reserved for children's work. Absolutely. It should be 70% of the things that on the higher, 85% of the things that are on the wall should be about teaching and learning. So yes.
Yes, and I'm just noticing that the reflection form in the slideshow is not quite right, so I'm just fixing that right now real quickly here.
And we're also going to put in the chat box that short video link to the one that sort of gives you the snapshot of the typical day and of the curriculum components. So we find that kind of like a handy dandy tool to like share. It's a quick share with if you have a leadership that doesn't have a ton of time, but to just sort of give them a quick touch into a classroom. So while Dave's like getting that reflection sheet together, any big last burning, nothing's been nothing too much in the parking lot. But last kind of questions, concerns, reflections that we want to wrap up day 2 in the M state. I'll work on my athletic metaphors for the next time. I'm like, you know, the short stuff.
I know that this has just made my day coming and seeing us all together and having you two take time to spend with us. I know Lydia and I have been knee deep in documents and formats, and so this helped remind us what we're doing and how important it is. So thank you.
Well, we've been very impressed with the energy and the work that you've all put into this run up to, again, we are like, wow, that many classrooms, that many teachers, that many kids, y'all just gonna go right in. I'm like, boy, Mississippi does not do anything small.
But you've been very
intentional,
very thoughtfully putting all of the necessary pieces into place, in order to make this happen successfully. The attention sort of to detail and the planning aspect of this that you've been engaged in so far is really going to serve you in great stead when the time actually rolls around to get things off the ground.
Right, and we definitely hope that actually more questions, if anything that we've said today has sparked more questions, maybe not right at this moment at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but 3 days from now, 3 weeks from now, we definitely want to hear from you. Because you're like, something's like, oh yeah, this is what they were talking about. And I'll be like, right.
Yes, any one of you should feel free to email us at any point in time. And Marissa certainly is in good communication with us, as things come up, which is great. But coaches and anybody else who is here as well, please feel free to reach out with any questions that arise.
Cool.
So both of these things now are in the chat box. The corrected reflection form and the this is focused on pre-K video are there.
We will put ourselves on mute, but we'll be here in case anybody does want to ask us some things, but we're going to give you your time to fill those out. And
thank you very much.
Thank you. We will see you again.
Thank you, guys. We really enjoyed it.
Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. Y'all do the same.
Thank
it's
you.
Shorter than ours.